This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Byron woman who shot her 4 children, then herself last month, had both ketamine, a drug for post-traumatic stress disorder and depression, and clonazepam, an anti-anxiety drug, in her system. The Bighorn County Coroner's Office released relevant toxicology results and other details to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Thursday regarding 32-year-old Tranielle Harshman's death.
I knew from talking to Tranielle Harshman's husband last month that there would be ketamine in her system, which can be used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. The other one, the anxiety med, I learned about this morning when the coroner's office got me basically an investigative summary. It's a list of things that coroners have to make public by law after they finish an investigation. Ketamine's dissociative, right? So it's been used so that soldiers who are wounded in battle can stay awake and rational while not processing their pain. Under its influence, people might remove themselves from the situation. And then the clonazepam, one of the warnings on it is if you have suicidal thoughts, contact your doctor.
Harshman suffered what has been described as a mental health break February 10th at her home in Byron. She shot her 4 daughters, then she shot herself. 3 of the girls died on scene, and another one died in a hospital in Utah 6 days later. One of the wolves that was transplanted from British Columbia, Canada to Colorado in January was killed Friday after apparently killing sheep on private property in north central Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that 5 adult sheep were killed, and after the wolf was removed from the population by USDA Wildlife Services, it was discovered that it had a collar from Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
So this wolf made quite a journey. It was brought in, captured in British Columbia, brought down to Colorado for reintroduction. At some point between January and Friday, made its way all the way up into north central Wyoming. If I could put a shout out over the newscast, Wendy, if you are the rancher who lost those sheep, please get in touch with us. I would love to talk to you and get your story.
Colorado wolf reintroduction began in late 2023 with the release of wolves brought in from Oregon. A spokesperson for CPW noted that wolves are known to travel long distances to find food or mates, including into other states. President Donald Trump signed an order Thursday to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was among a hand-picked group of state leaders in attendance. Trump told the crowd of attendees at his Thursday afternoon press conference that the executive order depletes the department as much as legally possible. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Trump has long promised to return education decision-making to the states, something Degenfelder has said she supports.
In her view, it's going to be the elimination of bureaucracy and red tape. And she takes Trump at his word when he says the states will still be receiving vital funding for things like special needs, disability services. She told me that she went not just to represent Wyoming, but also just to show that many of the states are in support of this.
Degenfelder said Trump is fulfilling his longtime campaign promise and recognizing a premise of efficiency and localized governance that the federal government has not acknowledged prior. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A former Wyoming man who had moved to Alabama has been busted for illegally killing a deer 26 years after the fact and after dodging a bench warrant for 24 years. 53-year-old Kenny Craig was arrested in March 2024 on a bench warrant that had been issued in February of 2000. Some retired Wyoming game wardens told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that sort of thing occasionally happens.
I reached out to a couple retired Wyoming Game and Fish wardens and said, oh yeah, that does happen. One guy said that in 1993, he saw a guy, ice fisherman, pulling a huge lake trout out of Flaming Gorge while his buddy filmed it, found out the guy had been fishing without a license, confiscated the videotape, took all that in as evidence, cited the guy, and he says, to this day, I still have that videotape. They never did find the guy because he skipped out.
However, Hines reports that there is no statute of limitations on game violations, so all those old warrants are still active. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
As a mom, I want my kids' lives to be filled with joy and possibility, and I want that for every kid. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. They work in schools and communities to make sure every kid gets the healthy meals they need. Please join me in supporting No Kid Hungry for all kids.
Thank you.
Yeah, we made it to a Friday. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. We did it. Let's kick off this weekend edition with some flair. I don't really have any flair. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder's probably feeling pretty good today. That's in the news. We hear that President Trump said he's signing an executive order saying he's going to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education, something that Superintendent Degenfelder has been in favor of. Now, it's still going to take Congress to make it all happen, but the first large step was taken. U.S. Department of Education is not necessary, according to Trump, according to Degenfelder, and yeah, she's digging it. One of those brand new Canadian wolves that they transplanted in Colorado started killing sheep almost immediately and then wandered into Wyoming with a full belly of mutton, where it was promptly gunned down by authorities. Naughty wolf. Go figure. These wolves can't determine what they should eat. I don't know, easy, dumb domestic sheep, or, really get your hustle on for that bull elk. I mean, if I'm a Canadian wolf and I am somehow captured, trapped, here I am just minding my own business up there in Manitoba, doing wolfy things, looking for, what do they got up there? Reindeer? Yeah, I'm looking to mac on a reindeer. That reindeer looks delicious. And they're pretty big. And they got horns or antlers or whatever. I sound like a city guy. Yeah, they got them horns are real sharp. And they got hooves. I mean, that's a big animal. But, that's what my mom taught me to eat. So, yeah, it's tough work. And then all of a sudden, here comes this helicopter. I don't know it's a helicopter because I'm a Canadian wolf. I ain't never seen no helicopter. Do I have any helicopter sound effects so I don't have to do it? No. And a net comes down on me. And then they dart me. Well, I feel real good. Oh, dart me again. What a way to start the show. If somebody's just tuned in, they're like, who is this maniac? So I'm all darted up. I'm a Canadian wolf. I just had a belly full of caribou. And they put me in a box. I'm feeling good, though. And give me one more of them darts. And I'm shipped down to Colorado And I opened the box, and the first thing I noticed is, well, it's a lot warmer down here. This is nice. And the effect of the dart wears off. I trot out of the box, and the first thing I want to do is start looking for something to eat. I ain't got no caribou down here. I can't find no. Oh, there's a. Well, what you'll find out later is a bison. Oh, man, that thing's huge. It looks like a big dinner, but I don't know if I want to tackle that. There's a big bull elk. Oh, that's sort of like the caribou I'm eating. I know those are dangerous. They got the horns, antlers. And then you run across a flock of sheep. And oh boy, do they look dumb. Because they are. I'm not saying any sheep herder will tell you. Sheep are not the smartest thing ever put on this planet. And if you're a wolf from Canada and you've been eating real tough stuff, like hard things to kill, here's this sheep. Oh, man, he's easy pick. He's an idiot. He doesn't even try to get out of the way. And, man, you chow down some mutton. This is feeling good. Yeah, you were going to eat sheep. What do you think? Transplanted Canadian wolves put in Canada, or put in Colorado, and one of them's caught eating sheep almost immediately, like weeks later. They just put this batch down there in Colorado, and they go right to eating sheep. Of course they do. Why wouldn't you? It's a lot easier than caribou. They were transplanted from British Columbia in January. And one of these wolves was caught eating sheep and killed Friday, last week, on private property, north central Wyoming. So the wolf not only learned to have a taste for sheep, it also decided Colorado wasn't that great. This is one smart wolf, let me tell you. Well, he's one dead wolf now, but I feel for him because he's pretty smart. He found the easiest lunch, domestic sheep, and he learned pretty quickly Colorado's no place to be. What with all the hippies and the legalized marijuana. So he trots out of there and he comes home, baby, to Wyoming. Maybe he's on his way back to Canada. I don't know. But he kills some sheep and on a private property on a ranch in north central Wyoming. And I don't know what they do in Colorado, but wolves killing sheep in Wyoming, that ain't going to work. U.S. Department of Agriculture Wildlife Service agents responded to the report. Tanya Espinosa confirmed in an email to Cowboy State Daily that on March 15th, USDA Wildlife Services responded to sheep predation and put this wolf down. The agency found on scene 5 adult sheep that had been killed, including one that had been heavily fed upon. After the wolf was killed, authorities noticed it had a collar from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, so we know who to blame. Aha! Phone call to Colorado Parks and Wildlife confirmed, yeah, that's our wolf, they said. I didn't want to get that deep into the story, but I guess I already did. I wanted to get to weather first, just so you know what's going on. If you're in the Cowboy State, if you're not, you can enjoy hearing what our weather is today. Sometimes it's a lot different than where you are. You might be in Florida, Arizona. You might be in upstate New York, where my mom is, and she said it was 75 the other day. Whoa. I don't remember it ever being 75 in March. Dang. Not so here. If you're living here, you know it. If you don't live here, you can enjoy it vicariously. Mostly sunny, breezy in Casper. Highs in the upper 40s. Sunny. 51 in our town. That's Riverton. Southwest Wyoming and Evanston, partly sunny. Highs near 40. Partly sunny, breezy in Green River, 46. You see temps are on the rebound. We just had a little bit of winter come through. A lot of bit of winter if you're up there in Buffalo. Mostly cloudy, 35 in Pinedale. Alpine, you have a winter weather advisory. Beginning tonight through Saturday. Chance of snow tonight, and it's going to be blowing around as well. Highs 38. Yeah, far western Wyoming is going to see winter weather advisory type weather. Snow overnight. Mostly sunny, breezy in DuBois, 37. Winter weather advisory tonight through the end of Saturday in Jackson with a slight chance of snow after 4, mostly cloudy, 37 today. Bighorn Basin, Thermop, sunny, 51. Isn't that funny? Thermopyla's not that far from Jackson and Alpine, but it makes all the difference. Winter weather advisory in one place, sunny and 51 in another. Both in western Wyoming. We're not talking about clear across the state. Sunny in Cody, approaching 50. Sunny, breezy in Buffalo, 43 the high. Mostly sunny in upper 40s in Sheridan. Sunny in Gillette with highs 44. And, of course, anytime you're doing the weather in Gillette, you just say wind gusts. I don't know how people live there. I can't do Gillette. Every day. I'm not seeing a weather forecast ever. And I've been reading these since October 1st. October, November, December, January, February. Like 6 months, if my math is mathing. I have never seen Gillette not have wind gusts. You can have it. Sunny, breezy, 47 in Newcastle. Torrington, sunny, breezy, 53. Near 50 in Douglas, sunny with breezy conditions. Cheyenne, sunny, windy, 47. Laramie, you'll almost be there, low 40s. Rawlins, mostly sunny, but windy, 42. Partly sunny and breezy. And Encampment, highs in the upper 30s. So temps ranging from mid-30s to low 50s today across the state. Some of us getting snow tonight. That's mainly in the far west and in the mountains. There you go. And, of course, always with the wind. Always that wind. I'm going to look at the roads here right quick. Just to make sure you're not too encumbered. You know, I want to pass along, even though we're in real time Friday morning, keep in mind that some folks are enjoying this show on demand later. The show is also played later in replay and reruns, I guess you'd call it, on radio. So it's not necessarily happening in real time, and this is not necessarily the weather and road conditions right now, but you get it. As of Friday morning, roads are looking pretty good. I see that Farson cutoff, the South Pass, black ice advisory and some snow blowing. Other than that, Interstate 80, that's the one we're always worried about. Slicking spots between Elk Mountain and Cheyenne. And that's about it. Everything else looking like pretty good travel today. You're getting around just fine. And the current weather map, I'm going to watch. I'm not sharing this with you visual people just because I know a lot of people listen to the podcast and the radio station. They don't see this anyway, so I'll just tell you right now. Don't see anything. A little bit of stuff moving through Saratoga this morning. Midwest, you got some rain, snow, probably snow on the way. And other than that, really mostly clear everywhere. And the sun's going to be out here once the sun is up. And it should be up right now because daylight's on the increase rapidly. Yesterday was the first day of spring. I know that doesn't mean a lot in Wyoming. It's technically the first day of spring as you measure like where the sun is and I don't know, all kinds of meteorological stuff. But really, first day of spring in Wyoming is kind of a movable feast. It's pretty much a moving target. Don't see it yet. I saw a glimpse of it maybe a week or so ago, but I don't see it yet here in western Wyoming. Next week, going to feel a lot like first day of spring, for sure. Greg Johnson's not with us on Friday, so I just have to drone on for most of the hour, but we do have special guests today and our regular cast of characters, which include Bill Sniffen. He'll be on in the third hour. Always fun to talk to Bill. I mean, we have no predetermined topic because both of us can just expound on the state of Wyoming forever. Bill just wealth of knowledge in his brain. Andrew Rossi will be here in the next hour, along with Don Day Live, of course. Wendy Core joins us in hour 3. Leo Wolfson going to talk about all things politics in the 4th hour, along with special guest Laura Milne. She's the executive director of the Casper Christian School Foundation. She's going to talk about that school. CCS, Go Mountaineers, and what they're doing in Casper to school up, learn up your kids, grades 6 through 12, and how you can donate to the cause. Yeah, Laura Milne will be on. So lots going on. Although Fridays are a little light in the special guest because everybody wants to get out for the weekend. I might not last for the entire show today. I might just vacate. You'll hear dead air and a picture. You'll see video of just an empty mic because I am bolting. I got 1 foot headed towards Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. I'm heading out for 2 weeks. If you haven't gathered that from watching the show or listening to the show this week, yeah, I'm going to duck out for a little bit of a spring break vacation. Filling in, and you're going to love her, is Shireen. She'll be in for me over the next 2 weeks. If you're in the Riverton area, you've probably heard Shireen on the radio. I bet you have. She's really immensely talented. Shireen will be on covering for me over the next 2 weeks. You're going to love her. It'll be a great change of pace from me. She's different. She's great. She's a real pro. And she's better to look at than me if you're on the podcast side of things. She's going to be fantastic. I have full confidence. So enjoy that. That's going to be exciting. Shireen will fill in next 2 weeks. I'll be back April 7 to take over. Unless we decide Shireen's better than me. It could be by when I come back from Mexico. It'll be, we're going to go with Shireen. She's really good. That could happen. I'm under no illusion that I do this better than anybody else. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back in 3 minutes, and we'll start teeing up the Cowboy State Daily stories. A lot that we have to get to, that so much happened over the last 24 hours. We were just on yesterday, and then all this news came in. So we'll get to that.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show returning here the first hour on a Friday. Our lead story in the newsletter, and I hope you're getting the newsletter. You're subscribed, right? I mean, I have no way of knowing, supposedly, or maybe I do. Have you subscribed? I hope so. Don't cost you nothing, and we won't hassle you with offers to buy Ozempic on the cheap or anything else. I get spam. I get like 3 emails a day trying to sell me Ozempic. I don't even know what it does. And yeah, I get all kinds of spam. We're not going to spam you. We just need your email so we know where to send the newsletter. It's like it's just the same thing as getting the newspaper thrown on your doorstep without the delivery boy and his crummy aim. I mean, we have improved the delivery of news from the 1980s and 70s. I used to be a newspaper boy, by the way. That's how I broke into the news business. I used to be a paper boy back in the day. For those of you who have no idea what that is, what you need to be a paper boy is a bike. That's crucial. And a pretty good arm. And I was in Little League, you know, I was a pitcher. My dad was the coach. I used to pitch like every game. My dad would be like, you're pitching again. So I had a paper route. And yeah, you drove. This is just like if you watched a movie from the 1980s, if you watch Stranger Things or something that glorifies the 80s, that's exactly what it was like in the 80s. Our parents didn't know where we were or what we were doing. If you had a bike in the 1980s, if you had a bike, you had total freedom. You were gone all day. If it was a weekend, all day. So, I mean, you get up early and watch cartoons. Your parents would still be in bed. They're like, can't we sleep in on a Saturday? No. You had to get up at like 7. You were eager to get up. Unlike school days when you had to be dragged out of bed. Saturday, you were up watching cartoons. Quick breakfast of the sugariest cereal you could find and out the door on the bike with your friends and out all day until the street lights came on. That was, of course, a signal to get home. But your parents had no idea what you were doing. They were not they were the opposite of helicopter parents, whatever that is. What do you call laissez-faire parents? What do you call the opposite of helicopter parents? They didn't know. They weren't that worried about us. They weren't so involved in our lives. They're like, go play, get outside. And we would buy, if you had a bike, that was total freedom. Our parents had no idea how far we would go on those bikes and what we would do. Like, I was miles from home. If they ever knew. Oh, my goodness. Why am I on this topic? Oh, yeah, the newspaper route with the bike. Yeah, so you just like you see in the movies probably, for you kids have no idea what a newspaper is or how you got it delivered to your house. Today, it's probably some parent. It's probably like somebody who's driving bus for the school, and then they also got another side hustle newspaper delivery, and they do it in a car. But nah, the real way to do it is a kid on a bike, and you ride down the sidewalk and you know, you got your paper bag, and you grab a paper, and they're all rolled up in the rubber band. And if it was raining, it had a plastic on it. And you just chucked it at the front step. The idea was to hit the door, have it fall down on the steps. So the door would be like knocking. That means your paper's here, doink. And of course, once in a while, the errant throws in the bushes, off the bay window. Oops. But you got pretty good at it. Most paper boys are pretty accurate. But on the whole subject, I'm saying that the newsletter, Cowboy State Daily Newsletter, is like that old newspaper delivery. The paper is just, oh, look, you wake up, and the paper's out there on the doorstep. Fantastic. Without the hassle of wondering where the heck the paper boy threw it. Where is it now? Oh, look, Martha, he's thrown it on the roof. Get the ladder. No, the delivery is like right in your email. Easy peasy. So, yeah, sign up for the delivery. We're not going to spam you. I might use the email list to gather more soldiers from my fans only, my OnlyFans, whatever it is. Get my OnlyFans going. That whole idea is no good. I haven't made a dime off of OnlyFans or fans only. All right, it's time to get serious. This story from Claire McFarland, as she got a toxicology report. Toxology report? How do you say it? Toxology report from the coroner's office. It is toxicology. Okay. She got that yesterday. She's already whipped up the story today. It's on Tranielle Harshman, the 32-year-old Byron woman, you'll recall last month, in a horrific event that I know the family, the whole community is trying to put behind them. Murder-suicide. Tranielle Byron, Wyoming, shot her 4 children, then shot herself last month. She had depression and anti-anxiety medications in her system, according to the coroner's investigation. This is not a surprise. We heard from her husband that this would be the case. Her husband said this when Claire talked to him. He said, yes, my wife has suffered from PTSD, postmortem depression. She's had PMSD or whatever it is. She's had incidents in her life. There's been abuse. There's been things in her life that has made Tranielle's life tough. And she's sought medication to deal with that. Sometimes the medication worked. And the husband said, I don't want this. I want to be careful to make sure this is not, going after, this is not anti-medication. Sometimes medication works. But in this case, there was a sort of a cocktail of medication that probably wasn't a great idea. There was a change in what Tranielle was taking. And these medicines, as side effects, can create a real bad situation. Ketamine was one of the things that they found in Tranielle's system. Ketamine is like the drug of the month, mainly thanks to Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk is in every part of the news. Doesn't Elon Musk take ketamine? Elon Musk, I'm almost sure that ketamine is what has made Elon Musk crazy. Elon Musk, yeah. Musk has been linked to, he does ketamine. Elon Musk is on ketamine, the internet says. All right, so it must be true. Ketamine is, from what I understood, a horse tranquilizer, but really it's used mostly in the military for folks in the battlefield that, when the medic comes over, somebody's been shot or half blown up and they're really in bad shape. Medic! And the medic comes over. They'll often administer ketamine to deal with the pain. And what it does, from what I understand, and I've never taken it, but ketamine is useful in separating your perceptions from reality. In other words, if you got a tremendous pain, if your leg's been blown off in the battlefield, it's one thing you don't even want to look at that, and you're also in tremendous pain. So ketamine will kind of separate you from the situation. It'll take your thoughts, your whole conscious, your whole brain, it'll put you in another place. And it's been effective for that. It's also used in correct dosages for treating post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and it's become super popular of late. Traniol also had in her system clonazepam. That's a popular anti-anxiety drug. The side effects of all these drugs, when you're treating depression, the side effects, as so often happens when you listen to the ads for a drug, what do they say about the side effects? If you take an ad for, coughing. I'm coughing a lot. I need to take this drug. The side effects will inevitably include more coughing. Like some of the drugs make what you're suffering from even worse. And in these cases of these antidepressant drugs, that's one of the number one side effects. Deeper depression. Suicidal thoughts. Well, that's what I'm trying to escape when I'm taking these drugs. But that is a side effect to go even deeper in it. And that's why you've got to have a trained clinician, a trained medical professional to help you with the right dosage and the right drug, because some have been proven to work. And the husband says this in the story. He wants to make it clear, Cliff Harshman, that he didn't want it to be about, the whole anti-drug thing. He says, I want people to understand that this isn't a chance to demonize different therapies. This works for a lot of different people. In the case of his wife, he said this was her last grasp at the rope, if you will, to hang on. Now, whatever caused Traniel to just go that extra step farther, to just lose a sense, detach from reality, it was likely drug-induced or drug-influenced. We just had a guest on. I wish I could remember and go back and play some of that. We had a guest on, an author who wrote a book about an incident decades ago in Carolina, one of the Carolinas. Similar thing, where a family, the dad stabbed his 2 5-year-old daughters, twin girls, stabbed him to death. Vicious, horrendous. But everybody says that he wasn't that kind of guy. Now, he did suffer from depression. He had long-time bouts of depression. He was on medication. And he accidentally, I think, double-dosed, or I don't know. But the medication was blamed in the resulting trial. It didn't end up working. He's in prison. Even his wife came to his aid. The wife, who had lost her 2 kids, said, well, that's not him, and I'm going to stand by him. That's the drug doing this, the drugs. And so this author who was on a few weeks ago talked about the book he wrote about the incident, and the book sort of speculates to what extent is Big Pharma responsible for somebody going off the deep end, whatever you want to call it, whatever happened to Traniel. when she just took a gun to her 4 kids and herself. What? How much responsibility is on Big Pharma for, it's not pharmacies that are to blame. It's the same thing of blaming a gun in a mass shooting. The gun didn't do it. The drug did it, but it was prescribing. Maybe it was prescribed incorrectly. Maybe it was used incorrectly or excessively. But the drug itself and the manufacturer of that drug, how much are they to blame in a case like this? When the drug is useful in the right situation, for the right person, in the right amount, the drug has had success in pulling people out of depression or at least helping them cope with it. But it can also go horribly wrong. Tranielle, anyway, I digress. The story by Claire McFarland says, yes, Tranielle was suffering from depression. We knew that. Yes, she had drugs in her system, ketamine and clonazepam. I don't know if you're supposed to mix those, but, side effects include hallucinations, delirium, irrational behavior. That's ketamine, by the way. Rapid-acting disassociative anesthetic, it's called. As I was saying, disassociative anesthetic. It kind of removes you from your pain, but it also removes you from somewhat of a sense of reality. Side effects include, psychiatrists say, hallucination, delirium, irrational behavior. Clonazepam, believed to enhance the activity of certain neurotransmitters in the brain, commonly used to treat panic disorder and anxiety. That has side effects as well. And perhaps the mixture of two, perhaps they were taken in incorrect dosage, but whatever it was that caused Tranielle to do what she did, we'll never know. But we're just confirming in this story that there were, according to the toxicology reports, there were drugs in her system trying to deal with depression. And we knew that going in. Cliff Harshman, the husband, said that he thought to blame was the drugs and a change in what she was taking. A recent change, he said. And I don't know what that is, but yeah, there's Tranielle. It's just, it's just sad all around. And, what we want to do is find someone to blame. We want to find an answer. People just don't do this. Rational people just don't do this. But there are some people that are not in a rational mind due to their state of depression, due to psychological things, and due to drugs. And the whole mixture could just build one day until you're not you. Yeah. Tough story. Claire McFarland's been on this story all the way, and she's had a nice inside track to the husband. The husband's not forthcoming to everybody. He doesn't talk to just everybody, Cliff. But there's been a good relationship there with Claire, and she's been able to sit down with him on a few occasions or get on the phone with him on a few occasions and have good discussions. We're still feeling for Cliff and the rest of the family and all of the Byron community in dealing with this. It never goes away. Let's take another quick break here. We'll be back with more news, perhaps something more uplifting. I'll try to turn us around in a 180 right after this quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state,
There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
That sounds way too scary and ominous. I gotta switch the music to something more uplifting. There, that's better. I'm not in that kind of mood. I'm in a Friday kind of mood, and the news can sometimes not comply. The news sometimes is not in a Friday kind of mood. Comments from our Facebook Live. Orrin checks in on the story we were just talking about, the Claire McFarland story about the Byron murder-suicide Tranielle and the toxicology results. Orrin says, it's sad to think of the demons she was dealing with. It is. It is. You know, you and I will never know. We can speculate from the safety of our armchair quarterback position here and not be in it. Tranielle was in it and drowning in it. And I don't know what that feels like. I don't know what that looks like. Sympathy is all I can offer. And prayers for the family and Cliff. Mike checks in on our show, comments on what we were talking about 40 minutes ago. What were we talking about? I was talking about, the school, Megan Degenfelder saying that she's happy. She's among some that are happy with the potential elimination of the U.S. Department of Education. Don't we need a Department of Education? Does that mean there's going to be no more schools and school funding is going to dry up? What does it mean? I asked Megan Degenfelder when she was on the show, Superintendent of Public Instruction. She ought to know. And she said, no, that doesn't mean anything like that. she said the states are already prepared for the most part. Some states are not. Some states are, as Trump said, laggards. I like the way he put that. Trump said some states may be laggards, but we'll work with them. So for the states that aren't ready to take over their own distribution of funds, basically, U.S. Department of Education was just pointing tax money at different states and school districts, well, at different states, and it was up to the state to funnel it down to the school districts. But it's an unnecessary step, maybe. Elon Musk, Doge, and President Trump have decided it's just wasteful and it could be eliminated and nobody would notice. Claire McFarland had this story. And Megan Degenfelder was there on hand when Trump signed the executive order that would eliminate the Department of Education. It still is going to need Congress involved. Here's a photo for those of you on the podcast radio. You'll just have to imagine President Trump is on the left and he's beaming, showing the executive order with his signature. His signature is crazy. They must give him a marker. It's like really thick. And he's showing that. I think it looks like he's in the Oval Office. And it looks like on the right is, of course, our own Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. She was right there on hand, one of a select few. They got the invite. Hand-picked group of state leaders in attendance is how Claire put it. And she was there to witness the signing of the executive order that would dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. The executive order depletes the department as much as legally possible. I'm hearing already a judge has ordered that gets stopped. Everything Trump tries to do, there's a federal judge that says you can't do that. Everything. He tries to kick Venezuelans out of the country. Federal judge said you can't do that. Everything he's tried to do has been challenged and held up in court. And Trump's response is, I'm going to eliminate that judge. Not eliminate like the Russians do. Not like that judge is going to be found, he fell out of a window. No, he just says, I'm going to take his job or I'm going to sue it. Like, what a fight. Everything he's tried to do pretty much has been challenged by a judge. And I'm pretty sure, let me make sure, I don't want to just say stuff that might not be true. I really don't. Heathrow Airport caught on fire, I noticed. I'm almost sure that a judge has already stepped in on this one. Trump defied judge order. Is this it's hard to tell which one. He signed so many executive orders and so many of them have been, I don't know. I think it's been, anyway, it's still going to require an act of Congress to abolish altogether the U.S. Department of Education. But Trump took the first step. He did everything he thinks he could do legally to deplete the department. Trump has long promised to return education decision-making to the states. In other words, without a U.S. Department of Education, presumably you wouldn't have funny business like, we're going to give more money to New York because they do DEI stuff and they do all this woke programming and education. They teach a history that we like, a history that says everything is involved with slavery, and we're going to withhold money from these states that don't do what we want. We're going to not buy school lunches for these states that teach creationism. You should be teaching evolution, stuff like that. That's why Trump says we don't need a U.S. Department of Education. Nobody should make these decisions and funnel money based on these decisions. Let the states handle it. That's what Megan Degenfelder wants. That's what Trump wants. Trump long promised to return education to the states. Degenfelder agrees. She came on this show, told us so. Trump said, we want education to come back to them, meaning the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. Now, some states may be laggards, he acknowledged, but we'll work with them. In other words, some states are not prepared to handle their own education. They're not ready. They just they're just used to sucking on the teat. When they say, DC, where's our money? We're going to buy some DEI playgrounds. What's a DEI playground? What would be a woke playground? Would you have the same things? A slide, a swing? Could you tell if it was a liberal playground or a conservative playground?
I mean, it might be all natural.
Yeah. Or I know what it would be. It would be excessive protection for your child. So there would be, instead of 1 inch of matting underneath that, what's that thing that they don't even make them anymore because they're so dangerous. The thing that spins around. Not
a merry-go-round.
It looks like a merry-go-round. And man, we used to get it. Well, I was talking earlier about the 1980s and paper, all the stuff we did. And we're still alive. It just made us tougher. All you sissies today.
Metal, giant.
Yeah, we had monkey bars.
We still have monkey bars.
We have monkey bars that were like 5 stories high. If you fell, you were dead. Yep. But there's no more incentive than death to keep you hanging on. Today's sissies, the bar is so low and there's like 5 feet of sawdust you're going to land in and cushions and rubber mats that kids just laugh when they fall off the top rung. Now, how do you learn anything? How do you learn any survival skills today in school when the monkey bars are only 4 feet high? You don't. They got to be like 4 stories high, and the consequences of losing your grip are death or severe injury. That makes you a better person and a tougher person to deal with life. So I think, how we would know this is some kind of woke playground and the money went to there would be like double the inch. If the minimum requirement for padding underneath the merry-go-round and the monkey bars was 2 inches, according to the U.S. Department of Education, in these woke playgrounds, it would be double that. It would be 4 inches in case your kid fell.
They'd be mats.
There would be mats. I'm talking about like how thick the mat would be. And there would be requirements before you could even enter the playground, your kid would have to put on a helmet, a crash helmet, and be bubble wrapped. That's how you would know it was some kind of woke playground and U.S. Department of Education was getting a little too busy into your business. Welcome to our woke playground. And there would be a sign, 0 injuries since, in the last 100 days, there have been 0 injuries. Where was I? Oh, yeah. This story about Claire McFarland wrote. Megan Degenfelder said, I was happy to step in and represent Wyoming. She was there in D.C. in the Oval Office, rocking her red. Whenever Megan puts on the red, she means business. She looks good in red, in my opinion. And it was so cool to have her there representing Wyoming. It's just a truly momentous and historic day for education in America, Degenfelder said. It's a win for American students. We're taking out the middleman in education. That's just what I said. And we're putting education back where it belongs, in the classroom, not in D.C. offices. Exactly. Superintendent Degenfelder, glad you were over there to witness a historic moment. I think. Oh, and I'm showing my politics. I just think less government is better. Government closer to the people is better. Bring it to the states so we don't have these playgrounds that are so safe. They're not even fun anymore. All right. We got to reset. Top of the hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after the top of the hour news break. And we'll get to hour 2 on this Friday edition. It's the weekend.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Rock Springs tow truck operator now hospitalized in Casper is just starting a weeks-long recovery after being hit by a pickup truck Wednesday on Interstate 80. Zach Crone is at Banner Wyoming Medical Center waiting on future surgeries and next steps as he recovers. That's what his wife Elizabeth told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland in a Thursday phone interview.
He's had a kidney removed. So there's some gut problems along with other fractures, shatters, gashes that they're going to be dealing with for a while. But his wife, Elizabeth, agreed Thursday to update the public. And she also said, please, if you see operators or stalled vehicles or anything like that, slow down and move over.
On Wednesday morning outside Wamsutter, Zach had been offloading lumber from a commercial truck trailer onto a nearby flatbed after a wreck that had happened the night before. Zach pivoted from the lumber trailer to start walking toward his truck so he could retrieve more straps when a red Ford pickup hurtled down a slope, lost control, and smashed him between the truck and trailer. Expansion of the Spring Creek mine in southeast Montana was recently approved by federal regulators, offering on-the-ground evidence of the President Donald Trump administration's push to ramp up the mining and burning of coal. Between 2010 and 2019, the Federal Energy Information Administration reports that 290 coal-fired plants closed and more were scheduled to close. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that times have changed.
Here you have an administration that will be on their side in more cases, perhaps, when it comes to extracting coal from the ground and tying things up less with regulations. That's also what concerns activists like the one I interviewed in Montana. They're feeling some whiplash because there's definitely been a reversal.
Trump's executive order issued in January titled Unleashing American Energy directs agencies to roll back National Environmental Policy Act regulations and streamline permitting processes. Well, for at least one of the two teens accused in the bow and arrow ambush death of a 23-year-old Big Piney man, the death penalty is no longer on the table. 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness at his Thursday arraignment in Sublette County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger is accused of conspiring to commit first-degree murder in the death of Dakota Farley on February 2nd.
The prosecutor, Clayton Milinkovich, said this is for a few reasons. I don't think a jury will go for it. And factor number 2 is there is still a statewide and in some places severe public defender shortage that would just really be exacerbated by a death penalty case right now.
19-year-old Rowan Littauer is accused alongside Schlesinger with first-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body. Court documents say the two men, after a personal grievance with Farley, walked more than a mile to his house the night of February 1st, walked into his home, and shot him as he emerged from a back room. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, it doesn't get much farther from the bright lights of Hollywood or the glitz and out-to-be-seen star power of Sundance, but Cody, Wyoming wants to break in as a destination for film festival junkies. The first Yellowstone Film Festival will show 78 films at Bighorn Cinemas in Cody from March 21st through the 28th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dozens of feature films, animated shorts, documentaries, and other projects from local and international filmmakers will be screened.
There's some eye-raising
polarizing titles like When Santa Was a Communist, which is a comedy drama film about a theater troupe touring through war-torn Bosnia with a Christmas production. The whole idea is it's independent films that people in Northwest Wyoming might not get exposed to easily, and now they're being presented on the big screen for these people to take in and experience.
Festival founder Jacob Graham knows it'll take years to get the event to where he wants it to go, but his team is determined to keep going. Their goal is to use the Yellowstone Film Festival to bring more films to the screen for a week while building momentum for more full-scale productions in the future. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily. Hey, hang on. I want to ask you something. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm not going to prep. This is my sidekick wife here. She's going to answer a question truthfully because one of our listeners chimed in and accused me of not being truthful. So I'm going to ask, I'm just going to ask right out of the blue, and you answer truthfully. Come up to the mic. When you come home from work, and if I'm here, and if the television is on, what is likely on? What show am I watching?
Andy Griffith.
Why don't I hear you very good?
Andy Griffith.
No, that mic doesn't work very good. I got to fix that. I haven't used that mic ever.
That was a new fancy one.
Yeah, all right, try now.
You will be watching Andy Griffith.
Oh, sorry. Say it again. I didn't have it on. I didn't have it on.
Oh, my goodness. You will be watching Andy Griffith.
Boom! Which is in black and white.
Oh, yeah. You don't like the color versions at the end.
Thank you.
If an episode in color comes on, you switch to a black and white one.
I go to an older one. All right. That's confirmed, Kenneth. Kenneth says, I don't think you're being very truthful. Yesterday, you said the only shows you watch on TV are in black and white. Pretty much. Now, I agree, Kenneth. I watch the Buffalo Bills, and unfortunately...
Yeah, you watch shows with me. You don't watch
right.
everything in black and white.
Unfortunately, the Bills are not broadcast in black, but I would just as soon watch it in black or white. It doesn't matter to me. And they should bring football back to real grass. And they should bring it back to where they played it on the baseball field. So you had all that mud from the infield. And then broadcast it in black and white. I'm all about that. But yeah, Kenneth said, come on, you watch the Bills. I do, and that's in color. I have admitted to watching Yellowstone, the series. That's in color, yes. And sometimes I'll watch a movie on the Netflix, and that's in color. But pretty much, I prefer, if given the choice, black and white or color. I'm going black and white. I'm going old shows. Kenneth also asked, what are the side effects of the drugs you are on? The wife could answer that one too, but she's brushing her teeth. I don't know. Whatever I'm on, the side effects are evident for 4 hours every day, every weekday. I'm laid bare. The side effects are what you see. You tell me, what are the side effects of the drugs I'm on? They run the gamut. We're going to talk about film festivals. Charles just chimed in. He said film festivals destroyed Park City. I don't know about that. I think greed destroyed Park City. Park City is right down the Jackson Hole Avenue of, that is one Tony place to live. That is one spendy place to be, that exclusive suburb of Salt Lake. Park City's, they fancy in Park City. And yeah, they have a film festival. Is that what did it? Is that what put them on the map and ruined it? I don't know. It was probably a combination of things, but we're talking about film festivals in a moment. Coming to Cody, right? Andrew Rossi had this story. We haven't got to it yet, so you're ahead of us, Charles. The Yellowstone International Film Festival in Cody. It begins today, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but we haven't got to that yet. So we're getting to it, Charles. Film festivals destroy Park City. Food for thought. First, though, I wanted to go to this Greenpeace story, and I wanted to also pass on congrats to UW President Ed Seidel, who I missed this, I think, a week or two ago, March 11th, so like 10 days ago. This was published on the university website that President Ed Seidel has been appointed chair of the Mountain West Conference Board of Directors. That's good news. That's good stuff. The Mountain West Conference has been kind of in the news with the whole transgender volleyball. The Mountain West Conference is, in my opinion, barely hanging on. You had a bunch of schools say they don't want to play there anymore in athletics. So the Mountain West Conference is going to need some strong leadership, and hopefully Ed Seidel can bring that as chair of the board of directors of the Mountain West Conference. That's good news. He succeeds Keith Whitfield of UNLV, who resigned his presidency last week. So, yeah, I like it. Ed said, I'm thrilled to take on this leadership role to strengthen and advance college athletics in the Mountain West Conference. I hope so, because news out of the Mountain West Conference about, going back to last year has not been good. There's been nothing good. The best schools that play in the Mountain West have all announced, and I can't think of who they are. They all said, this is a rinky-dink conference. We want to play somewhere else. And they're leaving, even with penalties. And again, this goes back. Sally Ann Shermer and I were talking about the ills of college sports now. And it's the NIL, it's the transfer portal, it's a lot of things, but it all involves money, all of it. That people transfer out of athletes transfer from school to school chasing money. Number one. Schools jump out of their conference into a better conference out of money. It's all money. And now you got nobody who wants to be in the Mountain West because it's way out in the Mountain West. So far from the SEC and the Big 12 and the Big 10 and everything else. We want to be in them big conferences where the money is, where ESPN broadcasts our games every week. So the Mountain West is in a precarious position. Now, some schools have announced that they're coming into the Mountain West. Teeny tiny schools that I've never heard of. But yeah, Ed Seidel needs to, we need strong leadership there. If the Mountain West is going to survive as a conference, Ed Seidel needs to get in there and fix it. Him and everybody else. It's going to take a village. But congrats to Ed Seidel for taking over chair of the board of the Mountain West Conference. That's good news, I think, just to have our guy, Wyoming College, University of Wyoming, at the forefront. I think that's good news. The stop sign, remember yesterday we were talking about this stop sign on Togety Pass and whether it'll be buried completely by snow and when. And there's a contest. 500 people jumped online to join the contest to give, this is a long time. It's too late to get in now, but 500 people entered the contest. They put down the date they thought the sign would be buried. And if you're correct, you win a whole bunch of prizes. We did that story yesterday. Here's what the sign looks like right now in real time. You see a truck going by, and those of you on the podcast and the radio, you'll just have to imagine it. I'll explain what you're seeing. You're seeing a stop sign that is almost buried in snow. The snow is right up to the bottom of the sign. It's all the way up the post, and it's at the bottom of the sign. We're going to need a lot more snow to bury it. I don't think it's going to get done. Andrew doesn't think it's going to happen. I think Abby, just to be contrary, voted that it will be buried. And I don't know if we got enough snow. We end the contest at the end of March, so we got 9 or 10. We got 10 days maybe to get that buried. I don't see it happening. But in the photo I'm showing, that's a webcam, Y-dot webcam photo. You see a trucker going by. Whoa, and he's on, look at the road. That's snow-covered road. That's Togety Pass like every day from November to June. That's Togety Pass. For those of you who don't know, like driving in the snow. Every day. Togety Pass, it goes up over the Continental Divide, gets up there high, over 9,000 feet, 96, something, I don't know. But, the sign's almost buried, but not quite. I just thought I'd check in with it. Check out the sign. Let's get to I don't want to dive into this story because I got Don Day coming on soon. And let's talk about, we'll see what Don Day thinks about the sign, whether he wants to think it'll get buried. I don't think it's gonna. But I'll ask him when he gets on in a few days. No, there's just not enough snow. I mean, we're getting some snow. Tonight, there's a winter weather advisory for Togety. It will get its good share of snow tonight. It looks like it's snowing up there right now. It's never not snowing on Togety Pass. Excuse the double negative. You want to make it a triple negative? It ain't never not snowing on Togety Pass. That's either Rocky Mountain vernacular or a triple negative. But it's just not going to be enough. We need a major storm to bury that sign. All these stories I want to get to are going to be involved because I know I'm going to get off on a tangent, and then all of a sudden Don Day is going to be in the Zoom room. We got to break that thought. So I don't know what to do. You want to just sit here in silence until Don gets here? Let's just all be quiet and enjoy a contemplative moment until we hear the ding dong of the Zoom room, meaning Don's here. Okay? Everybody just think and reflect. Well, that's not very exciting radio. I just remember, people who are not seeing, not that I'm doing anything fun in the studio. We can't just sit there and reflect quietly. That's not radio. I'm not ready to bring radio into that new age yet, although it's an interesting concept. Just being silent for 3 minutes. Would you rather hear 3 minutes of ads or 3 minutes of total silence? Tough call. Wyoming's unemployment rate ticked up slightly last month, 3.6%. Now, that's up almost a full percentage point from last January of 24. Still, though, unemployment in Wyoming is pretty low, at least compared to the national unemployment rate, which is 4%. Wyoming's now 3.6 across the state. Can you guess which counties unemployment went up and which counties they did not? It'd be easy for me. It's the usual ones if you know Wyoming. Largest increases in unemployment from December to January were Niobrara, Crook, Fremont, and Sublette counties. They saw the biggest jump. The only county to see its unemployment rate drop was, of course, Teton County. There's a zillion jobs here. You will not lack for employment in Teton County. You could walk into this county and have 3 jobs in an hour. The problem is you got nowhere to go sleep at night. You'll have to work those jobs round the clock, one after another, because there's no bed. I'm into the Zoom room with Don Day, and Don Day is not there. What the heck? I mean, I know you're there, Don, but you're not there. Stand by while I try to fix the visual. One thing I wanted to ask you as I goof around here is the stop sign on Togety. I don't know. Okay, you're back. What the contest, there are 500 people entered. We're down to 80. Every day we're losing some because they predicted the sign will be buried and the day has passed. We only going to do this till the end of March. We got some snow coming for Togety, but isn't enough. In 10 days, are we going to get a foot? We need at least a foot to bury that sign.
Well, yeah. If the question is it? I'm assuming the contest says the sign's got to be completely buried.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah. Can't see it. Don't know where it is.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be it's snowing a little bit up on Togety Pass here this morning, and they're going to get a good shot of snow this weekend. I don't think it's going to be enough. There's another storm system coming late next week. The problem is that this time of year, that snow settles. You get some sunny days, and so the settling of the snow, I think, is the bigger issue. There are certainly more snow chances coming, but so we'll see. Maybe we can get a burst of snow at that spot. And do it. I know I'll be glued to the Y Dot webcam this weekend watching.
I mean the stuff I put you through, Don. I'm just awful to you. I ask you to forecast weather outside of Wyoming. I once asked you to forecast it for the Buffalo Bills game in Western New York, just so I can know how much snow our opponents would have to deal with. And I've asked you to. So we've gone big. I've asked you to tell me like worldwide weather. We've gone even bigger. And then micro weather forecasting. I'm like, what is it going to do in this town, in this valley? What is it going to do at this stop sign on Togety Pass?
Yes, it has to be the most viewed stop sign in the world right now.
Probably. Most people don't give a stop sign a second look. I know I don't when I'm driving. I just do the roll through.
So stop signs are optional. Is
yeah, kind of. We're trying to pull out of this drought. I know this snow, this good stuff. And what it's doing is it's kind of packing up in places where we usually see snow. And I'm looking at the very latest snowpack thing. And in the Snake River, these are regions that are designated by whoever geniuses compile this. 107% Snake River, Upper Green, 106. And 109 in the Wind Rivers. These are areas that usually have a whole mess of snow. They're mountainous areas. Lower Green's doing pretty good. 112. That's good news. Sweetwater, 107. So these are all above the average snowpack, but below as we move east in the state still. Drought conditions. State Fire Management Officer Jared Delay said he's been driving around the state, and he said, I thought there was going to be a lot more snow around. He was surprised by the lack of snow in some areas. And there's already been fires outside of Wheatland. I don't know. Is it too early to predict what might be a fire season, Don, or is this kind of...
Yeah, it is. We really need to get through April and May.
Yeah.
April, May, and early June can really turn things around. So a little bit too early. But, the thing is... There are other than the western valleys of the state and some of the colder basins, Wyoming doesn't normally keep a lot of snow cover. Our Chinooks tend to eat it a lot away. What I think the best gauge is look at the snow fences and look how big the drifts are. And that will give you an indication of whether or not it's been a snowy year on the plains or not.
Good point. Today's a real dicey mix of stuff. In some of the far western mountains, you're going to look at winter weather advisories. In other places in the state, sunny and 51. What the heck?
Yeah. the winter weather advisories are really in effect for what's coming tonight and tomorrow. There's a Pacific wave coming through. Wyoming's mountain ranges will get a nice shot of snow, including the stop sign.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a lot of wind on the plains. And tomorrow's a day where some rain and snow could hit the plains. Nothing to write home about, but there is going to be a little bit of shower activity tomorrow. So, it's going to be, I would just call this a so-so. It's not going to be real warm. It's going to be windy all weekend in a lot of places. So, and temperatures aren't going to be really warm. They're not going to be really cold either. This is that kind of stretch of weather we get into this time of year where it's so-so. It's blah.
Yeah, so the weekend is just like nothing. I mean, you can't even describe it. It's not great, but it's not horrible. But next week, if you want to look at something to look forward to, next week's certainly looking like spring.
Yeah, so if anybody needs to play hooky, I would say I'll write a note for your boss.
Yeah.
Tuesday and Wednesday of next week are the 2 days where, ooh, boy, it's looking, very tempting to, I don't know, maybe come down with a bad cold or something.
Yeah, you might be golfing next week in some places. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Don. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right. Don Day, the day weather forecast. The weekend's just sort of meh. MEH is the official forecast. Meh. And then next week, pretty darn good. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more news stories in the Cowboy State Daily Show. From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2 on a Friday. During the commercial break, I took the opportunity to check in for my flight tomorrow to Mexico. Yeah. Adios, muchachos, muchachas. See ya. I feel like leaving right now. Nobody will notice. Charles chimes in. He said, go Bills. Yeah, always. Be good, do good, go Bills. The famous words of Josh Allen. You could just sum up life right there. What's life's advice? If you asked Aristotle and Socrates and Einstein or anybody else, what's the secret to life? If you asked Mata Hari or, wait, who's the... Whatever, you go to the top of the mountain, you make the Mecca to a top of a mountain to meet the great sage, and you say, what is the secret to life? I just want to know. I've been searching my whole life. And he or she would say, do good, be good, go Bills. That's it. We're all good. Let me add my tickets to my Apple Wallet. All right, I'm checked in. I am checked in and checked out. Adios. Yeah, I got to get out of here. I'm definitely losing it. Mexico. Shireen will take over. She's better than me. Let's go to this story from David Madison. Greenpeace has been ordered to pay after losing a lawsuit. This lawsuit's been going on for years and years and years and years. And there's no way Greenpeace can pay this. I don't think. Greenpeace has been ordered to pay $667 million in protest damages over the Dakota Access Pipeline. You remember? Boy, you have to jog your memory because this is a long time ago. When did this happen? David, do you have, let's see. The pipeline became a national focal point for a prolonged 10-month protest back in April of 2016 through February 2017. This started when the Standing Rock Sioux, the tribe, said the pipeline would threaten their water supply on their reservation. That drew groups of protesters, both Sioux and non-Sioux. It drew Greenpeace, who got all organized about it. Greenpeace USA and Earth First funded and supported unlawful acts, according to the court documents. Greenpeace USA and Earth First organized, funded, and supported unlawful acts of trespass, property destruction, and violence by the protesters to obstruct the construction and operation of this pipeline. I remember that the protesters, why am I in the Zoom room? The protesters got a little out of hand, a little unruly, and they set up shop, man. I mean, they didn't just show up for a 2-hour shift with their picket signs. They camped out. They moved in and occupied this area. This is when the Bakken field was going pretty good. And I'm sharing photos from the story for those of you who can see that just show it to be one giant mud hole. And we heard stories about human feces, and it was just a mess. And if the intent of Greenpeace and the other protesters, if their intent was to show the pipeline would be harmful to the environment, everything they were doing was harmful to the environment. They destroyed the place, in my opinion, presumably. And the lawsuit started flying, and the folks trying to build the pipeline, Dakota Access Pipeline, were Energy Transfer. They were just one of the companies behind the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Energy Transfer. And they have now been successful, at least for now. We know how court cases go. You appeal, you overturn, it's never over. Look, this thing's been in the courts since 2017. Energy Transfer convinced a North Dakota jury Wednesday of this week to award the company $667 million in damages in their defamation lawsuit, saying these protesters were violent, they wrecked the place, and they obstructed construction of the pipeline. Vicky Granado, spokeswoman for Energy Transfer, said, "We are very pleased that Greenpeace has been held accountable for their actions against us." She told Cowboy State Daily David Madison in an email, "Our victory is also a win for the people of Mandan and throughout North Dakota who have had to live through the daily harassment and disruptions caused by the protesters who were funded and trained by Greenpeace." Greenpeace countersued Energy Transfer, by the way, in the Netherlands, where the group is based. It is just one big court mess right now. But the latest, Greenpeace ordered to pay $670 million. I can't imagine Greenpeace is just going to be able to come up with that money. Oh, yeah, let me get that. Let me write a check. Do they even, what is Greenpeace annual budget? It can't be in the neighborhood of $667 million. Can't be. I mean, they're not that big. Greenpeace, you know, they're ones that are always like funding somebody to go chase a whale boat or something, right? When I think of Greenpeace, I think of the guys in the speedboats and they're trying to get up alongside the people that are harpooning whales or something. Seriously, my lack of knowledge, my partial knowledge is dangerous. I know just enough to be dangerous. Greenpeace, they're always out there in a speedboat, and it's usually made some rubber craft. So obviously Greenpeace is not that well heeled because they can't even afford hard shell boats for their protesters. They got them out there in rubber rafts with a big motor on the back, and they're trying to get up alongside the harpooners. And what are they doing? It's not like they're just shaking their fists at the illegal Chinese whale killers. That can't even be close to right. But that's what I think Greenpeace does. So how much money can Greenpeace annual budget? We'll see if the interwebs knows. We'll ask Siri. Okay, Greenpeace in 2020, Greenpeace USA's budget was approximately $40 million. So how are they going to pay $667 million? Not going to happen. Sorry, you're not going to see that money. Energy Transfer. They'll never be able to, even if this, once the appeals are done and once it's settled, the $667 million tab will never be realized. Energy Transfer, you're never going to recoup that. No way does Greenpeace have that kind of dough. Just speculating here, just spitballing. David Madison didn't do any of that in his story. That's me. But his story is interesting about the judge's order, the decision. A judge ordered Wednesday that Greenpeace was to pay $667 million over damages, over obstruction of construction. Energy Transfer, the big winner, I guess, in this, but will they ever see the money? I don't know. Check out that story in the Cowboy State Daily, that and more. Let's move to, let me see. I don't have time to get into this story because I know I'm going to probably go off on several tangents. Let's check out this story. The tow truck driver, we talked about him yesterday. There were like 3 or 4 accidents, traffic accidents in the news yesterday. And of course, weather related. We had some weather move through and I-80 gets miserable. Even on a good day, Interstate 80 is a challenge. And this tow truck driver was out there trying to clear a wreck in the Meridian in the center part there. And he was transferring some lumber from a truck, a lumber truck that was, trucking 2x4s to the job site, crashed. So this trucker was taking the lumber, Zach, was taking the lumber off the flatbed and loading it onto another truck. And he was going back to his tow truck for another strap. He's like, oh, we need some more straps to hold this lumber down. And here comes this guy in originally it was an orange pickup. Now it's turned to red, I guess. Whatever. Claire McFarland has the story. Here comes this red pickup out of control. He's driving along, and it's, it's a part of a day where it was just wet. Road was just wet. But in some sections where the wind gets blowing across that road, and it's like 38 degrees, but the wind's blowing good, that wet goes to ice. And so you think it's just water. You can't tell. It's just shiny water, but it's shiny black ice. And the next thing you know, you're out of control. And this truck just spinning, nothing he can do. And he hits Zach Crone. And Zach's got busted up. He lost a kidney, suffered other internal injuries. I think there was a foot. What else did he have? I got it here somewhere, but yeah, Zach, medical personnel had to remove Zach Crone's kidney, part of his intestine. His stomach remains open, and his intestines are not yet sewn back together. Oh, he's got a gash on his right thigh that is going to require skin grafts. His right foot is shattered. His right hand and wrist are fractured. He's undergone numerous tests, x-rays, CT scans, and he's got a lengthy physical therapy regime to follow and a long road to recovery, and he needs to be working. Him and his wife, Elizabeth, own Crone Towing together, and he's down, he's out. I hope he's got employees. But it's, they're like the cost of doing business when you're a tow truck driver. How many tow truck drivers have been hit by, they're trying to do their job on the side of the road and bad stuff happens. There is a GoFundMe page, so you can check that out on the story. Claire McFarland has it in the Cowboy State Daily, the latest on the tow truck driver that was hit by a motorist. The motorist, by the way, has not been charged. It was just an accident. You just hit a patch of ice. What are you going to do? But Zach's in a bad way. Who do I have in the Zoom room? Is that Andrew? It is Andrew. Andrew, I got to take a quick commercial break. I'll be right back with you. Andrew Rossi joins the convo right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This sounds like a 1980s sitcom music.
Can't disagree with you there.
I'm not sure I like it. But it's Friday, it's the weekend, and I am this close to out of here, Andrew. Mexico calls.
2-week vacation, well earned.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm taking it just the same. All right, I got a call. Foul on you, Rossi. Penalty.
Oh, what I do?
I'm throwing a penalty flag. Foul. We talked the other day about the stop sign. I'm going to share the latest. This is a brand new photo taken just minutes ago. The famous Togety stop sign, the contest on when and if it'll be buried in snow. Many people have entered. 500 people have entered the online. We're down to 80, probably less now because we've had a day pass. What date will the stop sign be completely buried, if at all? And I asked you 2 days ago whether you thought it'd be buried, and you said no. And you said something about this time of year, the snow settles. I'm like, how does he know that? Don Day said the very same thing just 40 minutes ago, and that's not fair. Your access to Don Day makes you ineligible in the contest that I've just made up in my head. Abby said it will be buried. I think it won't, but I just am using my opinion. You actually have some inside knowledge and inside track with Don Day because he said that the snow settled now.
Well, I've got Don Day in my speed dial at this point because we talk so frequently for weather stories, but it makes sense outside of a professional meteorological opinion because that's just what happens with the snow and the fact that between the snowfall we're expecting over the next few days in Togety Pass, which will be significant, but isn't anticipated to be significant enough to cover the thing. And that between that and the next period of snow we're getting before the end of the month, there's 4 to 5 days of sunlight and warmer temperatures. That's going to give that snow time to become snowpack. Because as I'm sure we all know, when the light, fluffy stuff falls, it doesn't stay light and fluffy. It condenses into water ice, essentially, and then into ice. And that's what we're giving this snow an opportunity to do with these days of sunlight and warmth. So, and that was Don's main point, is not just do we need X amount of snow to cover it, you need X amount of snow to cover it and then some to make up for what's compacted in the days in between. So that's why I'm not, but here's the thing that Don said. He believes that there's a good chance it could be covered in April. If you extended the deadline out, he's just not confident that it's going to be covered by the end of March.
Right, because we are talking Togety Pass. And for those of you who don't know, not familiar with the area, this is Continental Divide. This is high elevation, over 9,000 feet. Brooks Lake is at 93, so we're at least high 8,000s where this stop sign is. And Yeah, snow does not melt as fast as it would, down on the valley floor. But you're right. The settling next week, we've got some really nice days. High pressure sets in. And I guess you learned that from Don Day, which makes it illegal. Yeah, I think to settle it, we would need a whopping snow event. But yeah, the event ends officially at the end of the month. So April, if it extended out, I still don't think we're going to get there. We should be closer by now. We should be up to the letters at least if we're going to do it.
Only time will tell. And those stop signs are bigger than a lot of people anticipate just as you're driving by.
Let's go to this film festival. I'm super interested. I love film festivals because you're going to see things that aren't, the big blockbuster, a little off the beaten path, some interesting small indie films, some cool stuff, wide-ranging stuff. And we got a brand new film festival coming to Cody. This might be, the next Park City Film Festival, the next whatever. Yellowstone Film Festival has an eclectic lineup. Where'd you learn it? You're probably going to have a front row seat to this. Is this something you're going to be in?
I'll see if I could drop by. I mean, it's eight days of film, so there's plenty of opportunity to drop in and take all of this in. But the thing that's interesting about it is that a lot of people, when they hear Yellowstone Film Festival, they think, oh, so it's going to be about Yellowstone, or it's going to be Western films or documentaries about wildlife and nature and that sort of thing. And that's not what they're going for with this. This is an international film festival where independent films are being given the spotlight front and center. Now, there's Western themed films and films that involve Western archetypes and that sort of thing. But it's not about that exclusively. And that's because they want to shine a light on independent films that people in Cody might not have as easy access to, or just people in the region in general. Because you can, pull up a Marvel film. You can go and see a Marvel film anytime when they're released. Then you can pull them up on Disney Plus a few months later. But if you want to see When Santa Was a Communist, that might not be as easy. But this is a chance to see it on the big screen.
Yeah, that's what I appreciate is someone has organized and brought these smaller films that in Wyoming, like if I'm in New York City where I used to live, I go to the Angelica and these movies are playing 24/7 all the time. But in Wyoming, we don't have exposure to these kind of films. So it takes a film festival, somebody who's thinking outside the box to organize something like this. And I'd be excited to see some of these films that you may never get a chance to see. Maybe one day they'll go to Netflix or Amazon, but they won't be heavily promoted. You might miss them. It's a cool thing, and hopefully it becomes a thing. Is there the idea that this could become, more than just the first annual?
Oh, yeah, they're very ambitious about what they want to accomplish. They're already thinking about what they can do differently for next year because there's going to be a next year. But the bigger picture is that they want people to see these films and have wheels start turning in terms of what can I do with film in Cody in Northwest Wyoming, and that they're actually hoping that this will give more momentum to the idea of starting a film industry, or at least building on a film industry in the region, so people can see it's like, oh, this independent film was made for X amount of money and maybe it was filmed on an iPhone over a period of days and whatnot. That's attainable for a lot of people. But Cody is a desirable place for filmmakers and people in the film industry. They might not be working here all the time necessarily, but they like the area. So what they're hoping is that the Yellowstone Film Festival will give more momentum to the idea of doing your whole film production in Cody, or starting a film production company in Cody. Not big Hollywood blockbusters necessarily, but just people who see Cody as a desirable place to live and to do their art and to showcase their art. So it's ambitious, there's no denying it, but you got to start somewhere. And they're acknowledging that it's going to take years to get where they want to go, but that is where they would like this to go.
That I was just going to say that. What the first step, baby steps, first step. That's the journey starts with step one. This festival begins today, runs through the 28th. You're going to see dozens of films, 78 in total, at the Bighorn Cinemas in Cody. It's part of the Yellowstone Film Festival, the inaugural. And Jacob Graham is the founder. Well, who is behind this, Andrew? Is Bighorn? What's Bighorn Cinema's involvement? Who is Jacob Graham?
Jacob Graham is an employee of Bighorn Cinemas, and Bighorn Cinemas that's our movie theater in Cody. It's 4 screens, with one of them being one of the luxury type, with the reclining seats and everything, which is my favorite one to go to. And it's just our local movie theater, but they have a lull between January and April when the studios aren't producing a lot of big blockbusters, so there aren't as many people coming. So they decided, and it was Jacob's main idea, to be like, let's just try this. It's a lull. There's not a lot going on. So why don't we just take a week to do this film festival and play films and invite people to come and see films and see what happens? And he says, like, if it's a bomb, then that's my fault. I'll learn and I'll get better for next year. So they're not really losing much by giving people the opportunity to come in and screen these films, because it's a slow time of year, and they're hoping that this can become an off-season event in the future, talking about future plans where people are coming to Cody, spending time in Cody, spending money in Cody at a time of year that's not dictated by when Yellowstone's open. Because I've lived here long enough, and I'm sure it's the same case in Jackson. When the parks are open, it's hopping constantly. When the parks close, it can get slow. And in Cody, it can get incredibly slow. So having another off-season event that's bringing people to the area that's not dependent on when the park is open, that's never a bad thing.
Yeah, I think Cody's a little more dependent on that park being open than Jackson. Jackson is diverse. I mean, we got 3 major ski resorts. We got stuff going on in the winter that brings visitation, whether the park's open or not. But you're right, it's a slow time in the film industry. Nobody wants to release their blockbusters early in the year. Then they'll be forgotten for the award show, and you want to all time them for the summer rush. And it's a slow time for visitation. Jacob says, hey, the park's closed. Yellowstone Park is closed, and it's well-timed. If I was going to do this, I would do it right about now, mid-end of March, when it's really slow. And hopefully, in the future, the idea is it brings people from all over the country, all over the world, as some of these other big film festivals do. Do you think, I like the idea of calling it the Yellowstone Film Festival. Any way you can jump on that branding because of Yellowstone, the show, but yes, the other side of the sword is it could create this perception that, oh, these are all Westerns and they have all to do with Yellowstone. I like the, calling anything Yellowstone is going to help you in marketing, but it also could create some confusion.
Well, to step briefly into my personal opinion territory, because I think it's relevant to the story, I think there's an obvious way to capitalize on the idea of your Yellowstone Film Festival. And one of the things that Jacob told me he really likes is the fact that the O in the Yellowstone is the Grand Prismatic Spring. And that's just a cool image. But it kind of goes with the philosophy I've had about Wyoming as a whole for a while, that there is so much potential in everything, in so many aspects of this state. It just requires somebody who's willing to see that potential and put in the time and effort to actually tap into it and see what comes of it. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen over a period of a couple of years or even several years. But if you keep at it, and you start showing people the value of it over time, then anything's possible. So I think that they're going to it's going to take a while for the Yellowstone Film Festival to get out there. It's going to take a while for people to truly understand what it is and get on board. But I think it's definitely within the realm of possibility.
I so appreciate these low-budget indie films that don't have the money of giant productions. I mean, I like big movies too, but I love these smaller scale stuff that you just don't get to see enough. I love to support the craft, the acting and script writing and everything about these small films. So I would love to support it with my money if I was around. I'm not going to be in country, but please pass on to Jacob. I love what he's doing. I love the hustle. What a great idea. I hope this takes off. And let us know at the end of the week, and you'll talk to Shireen. Let us know how it went. Like, what he felt like it went, and what's in store for the next year.
Yeah, I'll be sure to. And I'll pass that along because I feel the same way. So it'll be an easy message to communicate.
Yeah. Good for you, Jacob. I hope it takes off and becomes super big. Not too big, though, because as one of our listeners pointed out, by the way, he said, film festivals ruin Park City. So don't let it ruin Cody. Just get big, but not real big. And
Not my backyard.
Thanks, Andrew.
Have a good vacation, Jake.
Yeah, man. You two have a great weekend. And enjoy Shireen in the next couple of weeks. She's cool to talk to. That's Andrew Rossi on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got to take a break, top of the hour. Bill Sniffen is waiting in the Zoom room. We don't want to leave him too long. Thanks for spending your Friday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Byron woman who shot her 4 children, then herself last month, had both ketamine, a drug for post-traumatic stress disorder and depression, and clonazepam, an anti-anxiety drug, in her system. The Bighorn County Coroner's Office released relevant toxicology results and other details to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Thursday regarding 32-year-old Tranielle Harshman's death.
I knew from talking to Tranielle Harshman's husband last month that there would be ketamine in her system, which can be used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. The other one, the anxiety med, I learned about this morning when the coroner's office got me basically an investigative summary. It's a list of things that coroners have to make public by law after they finish an investigation. Ketamine's dissociative, right? So it's been used so that soldiers who are wounded in battle can stay awake and rational while not processing their pain. Under its influence, people might remove themselves from the situation. And then the clonazepam, one of the warnings on it is if you have suicidal thoughts, contact your doctor.
Harshman suffered what has been described as a mental health break February 10th at her home in Byron. She shot her 4 daughters, then she shot herself. 3 of the girls died on scene, and another one died in a hospital in Utah 6 days later. One of the wolves that was transplanted from British Columbia, Canada to Colorado in January was killed Friday after apparently killing sheep on private property in north central Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that 5 adult sheep were killed, and after the wolf was removed from the population by USDA Wildlife Services, it was discovered that it had a collar from Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
So this wolf made quite a journey. It was brought in, captured in British Columbia, brought down to Colorado for reintroduction. At some point between January and Friday, made its way all the way up into north central Wyoming. If I could put a shout out over the newscast, Wendy, if you are the rancher who lost those sheep, please get in touch with us. I would love to talk to you and get your story.
Colorado wolf reintroduction began in late 2023 with the release of wolves brought in from Oregon. A spokesperson for CPW noted that wolves are known to travel long distances to find food or mates, including into other states. President Donald Trump signed an order Thursday to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was among a hand-picked group of state leaders in attendance. Trump told the crowd of attendees at his Thursday afternoon press conference that the executive order depletes the department as much as legally possible. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Trump has long promised to return education decision-making to the states, something Degenfelder has said she supports.
In her view, it's going to be the elimination of bureaucracy and red tape. And she takes Trump at his word when he says the states will still be receiving vital funding for things like special needs, disability services. She told me that she went not just to represent Wyoming, but also just to show that many of the states are in support of this.
Degenfelder said Trump is fulfilling his longtime campaign promise and recognizing a premise of efficiency and localized governance that the federal government has not acknowledged prior. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A former Wyoming man who had moved to Alabama has been busted for illegally killing a deer 26 years after the fact and after dodging a bench warrant for 24 years. 53-year-old Kenny Craig was arrested in March 2024 on a bench warrant that had been issued in February of 2000. Some retired Wyoming game wardens told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that sort of thing occasionally happens.
I reached out to a couple retired Wyoming Game and Fish wardens and said, oh yeah, that does happen. One guy said that in 1993, he saw a guy, ice fisherman, pulling huge lake trout out of Flaming Gorge while his buddy filmed it, found out the guy had been fishing without a license, confiscated the videotape, took all that in as evidence, cited the guy, and he says, to this day, I still have that videotape. They never did find the guy because he skipped out.
However, Hines reports that there is no statute of limitations on game violations, so all those old warrants are still active. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
I'm in Friday mode, Bill. I'm in weekend mode already.
Well, you're at Cabo San Lucas.
I'm on Mexican time. Yep. I got 1 foot out the door. Adios.
I thought you'd have a mariachi band or something.
I should. That's a good idea. Get in the groove. Get ready for it. I'm going to go whale watching. I'm going to... You know what they offer down there? And I'm sure it's popular with Londoners and everybody else in the world except for Wyoming Ice. They offer a 4-hour ATV in the desert. And I'm like, that's every day. You know what we call that in Wyoming? Tuesday. I'm not going to pay to ride four-wheelers. I'm going to do that when I get home. Yeah, I'm excited. What do you...
Back about 25 years ago, I owned a newspaper in Maui, so I spent a lot of time on the Pacific Ocean, and so I envy whale watching, and that was fun, and I thought I had the best gig going with. I could live in Lander most of the time, and then dash off to Maui in the wintertime. So it didn't work out. Maui is not a very good place to do business, but it sure is a fun place to go. But I never have been to Cabo, but I've heard it's really nice. So I hope you have a really good time, Jake. But today is a little bit of a day for me where this is my 79th birthday today.
No,
boy, let me tell you, that's a man, I'm knocking on that 80 door and I'm thinking, well, I'm not that old, Jake. I don't know what happened here, but
something's wrong.
Yeah, I know this beard. When I grew it this time, there's not a dark hair anywhere. It's all white. But still, but when you get to that advanced age, and gosh, you have so many friends, good friends who have gone, and Al Simpson was a good friend of mine, and I miss Al, but there's lots and lots of other people that, so you get a little wistful because you kind of think, man, it's you're near the finish line. I used to say I'm not in the fourth quarter, but I'm in the middle of the seventh inning, and it's time for a stretch.
Harry Carey is warming up with the take me out to the ball game. You're in the seventh.
But I'm not so sure I'm in the seventh. I think it's closing in on the bottom of the ninth.
No.
But anyway, I feel good, and yeah, you said some nice things about me earlier. I happened to catch those. You said you and I just sit around and we just wax away, don't we? As a couple of old Wyoming guys. Although you're about 30 years younger than me, I believe. So
I'm in the fifth or sixth, maybe. I've just finished watching the halftime show and I hated it. And I'm entering the third. I'm excited to get back to the football game. Yeah, that's where I am.
Yeah, your third quarter, you get back from having the sand between your toes, and you can start the third quarter of your life. How's that sound?
All right, I'm ready. Yeah, this time of year, and coming back is always a downer because I look at all the money I spent in Cabo. I don't do the exclusive, so we've been going the last couple of years, so I have to pay for every drink, every meal, and they just put it on your room. And at the end of 2 weeks, you see that, and you're like, you got any dishes I can wash? I can hang around another day or two, and then I get home, and the first thing I got to do when I get home, lickety split, is do my taxes, and I always owe. So by mid-April, all that the vacation wore off fast, and I'm like, this sucks. But then in Wyoming becomes summer, and I'm happy again.
Well, I don't know if it becomes summer in mid-April, but it has hints of it now and then. But speaking of that, my column this weekend I think is going to be a lot of fun. The title of it is "Too Hot, Too Cold, Too Windy. Why do old men talk about the weather so much?" And and in there I developed this theory that one of the reasons we do it is because it's a common theme. Another reason is that it's one thing that we know something about as old farts, and we also have. But it's a bragging thing. After a lifetime of experiencing weather, and in there I pulled up these facts about myself. I have endured a 101-mile wind gust. I've played golf in 112-degree weather. I've twice been in minus 45-degree temperatures. I've had 2 cars totaled out by hail. And let me think. I think the other factoid I had is I've even had a nephew who was sucked out of a car that was wrecked by a tornado. And he is right now studying to be a meteorologist. So anyway, so you take all those facts and you say, by God, I am fully capable of bragging or talking about the weather and saying, oh, you think that's windy, or you think that's cold, or you think that's hot.
Right. You're like, hold my beer about weather. Hold on. Yeah, isn't it amazing that Homo sapien, that man can live, maybe not comfortably, but can endure in minus 45 and 112? Like, that's a huge range of. We hear about global warming moves the temperature 1 or 2 degrees, and suddenly this species dies off because it can't handle it. Look at us. Minus.
Well, you are so right, and let me tell you, you're in a possible experience there with what you're going through. But when we were living in Lander, it does get cold because we don't get wind in Lander. Lander is once upon a time was one of the 10 least windy places in America, which is stunning because Wyoming is the windiest state in America. But twice when we went to Hawaii, it was 20 below zero when we left. We would oftentimes try to go out the second week in January. And when we got to Hawaii, it would be 85 degrees. And I'd say that's 100 degrees difference in a matter of a half a day.
Yeah.
I went minus 20 to 85 above. And I always, And so again, it's a little like what you were talking about earlier, turning around and then coming back, leaving 85 degrees, going into minus 20. I mean,
Painful.
I don't know anybody that loves Wyoming more than I do, but there are a few times like that when I'm thinking, maybe I should stay here another week. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, these are first world problems for sure, but it's always tough to wonder how many clothes do you wear on your trip to somewhere tropical, and you're in the airport in Wyoming though, but you still got to get to the airport and it's 20 below, but you don't want any of those clothes with you in another 3 hours. Yeah.
We used to leave our winter coats in our car at the airport,
Yeah.
and that was our little trick. But
Yeah.
you had to get from the car to the airport, so it's
Quick run. Yeah. And you do the O.J. Simpson through you're pulling your luggage and you're moving fast to stay warm. I hear you. Yeah. Well, it's nice to get out of here every once in a while. But yeah, we love Wyoming, and we love talking about weather in Wyoming because it is the common denominator. Nobody escapes it. No matter your pay scale, your status in life, your gender, weather is the common denominator.
Yeah, we love to, and like I said, especially us old people, especially old men. I don't think old gals talk about the weather anywhere near as much as older men. But again, like I say, we all have our bragging rights, and I determined. I did a little research on it, and a lot of it is winning. We want to say, well, you think that's cold, and or when I was a kid, I had to walk to school uphill both ways, 3 miles, and and of course I did. I'm so old, Jake. I did do that, but I don't know. It's just uh, it's a reflective day for me because I'm thinking, my God, who'd have thunk that a person could be this close to 80 years old on the planet? And I've been in Wyoming 55 years. I was thinking about when I first came to Lander. I had an interesting. I was hired to be the publisher of the Lander newspaper when I was 24 years old. Can you imagine that? And I was pretty hot stuff back in Iowa, where I had been a newspaper guy. So I thought, man, I'm just the hottest stuff there is. Well, I got there, took the job, beautiful town, and then later found out I was the 5th publisher in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the place was just a shambles. And you're a media guy. Here's what they were doing. They had a 2-unit press, so you could only print 8 pages at a time, and the paper was usually 16 to 20 pages. So they would print the early sections first. Well, then when it came time to put the last section together, if they didn't have enough stories, they'd go back and pull stories out of the early sections and put them into the front section to fill it out. Now, have you ever heard of such? I had never seen that before in my life. But anyway, necessity is the mother of invention, I guess. But I said, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to have enough stories to fill this paper out. But it was quite an adventure for a young guy. Jake, I was a hardworking guy, and I always felt that I could take on a job that I wasn't ready for, because even though I only knew half of what I needed to know, I was always willing to work twice as hard. And that was my secret sauce. And it was kind of funny. I was in Iowa, I was possibly the youngest editor in the nation. And in Wyoming, I was possibly the youngest publisher in the nation.
You probably were.
So here you are. I look back on a life where I was the youngest. Now I'm not the youngest at anything, Jake. Not anything.
Well, I mean, you just have to hang out with older people to make you look good. Make sure that everybody in your coffee clutch is like super old. I don't know.
Well, I've got a few of them that are older than me, and but again, like my older friends, like Al Simpson, doggone it, they're passing on, and I was again. I think we're doing a story about a project that Al and I worked on together. in Lander back in the early '90s, where I discovered that a gal came in and said that all her husband had died and all his buddies were dying of radioactivity. And I thought, what? And she said his body was so radioactive when he went to the doctor, they could put a Geiger counter on him and it just set it off. And she claimed that grass wouldn't grow in his grave. He was so radioactive. Well, these guys had all, right after World War II, when we were trying to find all the uranium we could find, they found it in Jeffrey City. So these guys were just hired. This one guy, his name was Digger Olson. That was his name. And they were contractors. And so they were digging up all this uranium with absolutely no protection. And then, of course, most of them smoked back in those days. And then here, when they're 40, 50, 60 years old, they're all coming down with these weird cancers, and it's killing them. And they're dying horrible deaths. And so I got Al Simpson and his press secretary, Stan Cannon, involved. And we wrote about a 10-article series on it, and with editorial cartoons and photos and interviews and editorials. And Al met with him and he was astonished by it. And so Stan and we put together a packet of all my stories and we sent them to the Senate. And Al introduced a bill to create $100 million trust fund to compensate these people. And it passed 99 to 0. And so that, when people say to me after a long career, what was the best news story you ever did? It's not hard for me to say that was the best news story I ever did. And Al ended up nominating us for a Pulitzer Prize, which we didn't win, but it was pretty heady to be nominated by Al Simpson for a Pulitzer Prize. But that was an amazing story. And I've told that to various newspaper groups. I've given talks about that. And I said, look around your town. You may have a story of national significance right under your nose. And you don't know it until you do your homework and do your investigating. But every town has stories that may have national significance.
I've been a little into radioactivity. And we're getting into radio, but that's only a career in radio. Is no uranium involved. But that was pretty cool. A week ago today, Bill, we were talking about the passing of Alan K. Simpson. We just learned about it on the show a week ago today, and you shared a lot of things. Any chance you're going to get to anything? I know folks have a chance to go to Laramie and partake in the memorial, and in Cody as well. That'll be coming up in like 10 days, March 31st. I would love to attend. I know they're going to be well attended. It's going to be packed everywhere.
Yes, I'm going to certainly try to attend one of them and attend the other ones. Assuming they will be put out, streamed, and
yeah.
I'm also having a senior moment. Did I talk about that uranium stuff a week ago?
You did mention that story as being like one of the more, but it's one of the more crowning achievements that Al Simpson, that I bet nobody knew. Not many people knew. A lot of people know what Al Simpson did nationally, but if you ask anybody outside of Wyoming, they didn't know that story. And that's probably one of the most important things Al did that directly helped Wyomingites. So
absolutely.
I'm glad you did tell that.
Yeah, it absolutely did. But yeah, we're, I don't know. It's, he was one of those guys. Yeah, I think I did tell you. That's right. I said, he called me up and said, Bill, what the blank?
Yeah, right.
You said we can't do that. That's a part of being a senior moment here. Again, Jake, you're just going to have to help me out a little bit when I repeat myself. But it's journalism is, in many ways, it is just repeating the same thing over and over, because sometimes you have people that weren't there listening a week ago. So we just have to keep reminding them of these good stories.
Yeah. And the news stories repeat themselves, I mean, Ecclesiastes, nothing new under the sun, some goofball in the police blotter today was a goofball in the police blotter a year ago, 10 years ago, a DUI, and some of the dumb things. The news is always the same, I think, but that's why we got to keep covering it. You never know when something new might come along.
Go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, how when you're getting old, and there's many ways to tell. Your body will tell you. I got some kidney stones going on. Have you ever had that, Bill? Oh, man.
Just lately, they thought I may be getting one, but boy, I tell you, those I've heard are very unpleasant. You're a tough guy if you can sit there and endure that.
I got every commercial break. I just go vomit. Seriously, like this whole week, it's painful. I don't recommend it. And if you got a kidney stone, I can imagine. And my doctor told me it was just a little bitty one, so I feel like a baby. Like I did a CT scan, and I'm like, what did it say? Is it a big giant rock? He's like, it's just a little tiny one. Like,
don't they blast those or
if they're big? And this was too small to even blast, so I was just being a weenie. I felt bad, but.
Jake, Wendy, and several, or Claire from our staff is doing a follow-up on that Byron horrible story with that gal killed herself and her children. And I was sharing with the news staff, again, I've been around long enough that I can think of two other mass killings. There was one up in Crowheart where a guy named Steve Swallow shot 4 people. And that was a gunfight, and I think 2 of the people were law enforcement, but it was back in the 80s. So I need to do a little research on that to help the staff out. And then another Fremont County, and I hate to say all this stuff happens in Fremont County, but there was a couple in Hudson that were being accused of child abuse, and they poisoned their children and set their trailer house on fire to cover it up like it was an accident. And these 3 children died in a trailer fire. I mean, who in their right mind? I mean, the people, their name was Schaefer, and I remember we took a picture of him outside the courthouse one day, and they were a sorry looking family. This husband and his wife and a baby that survived, but anyway. Tragic things, but that in my career, that was a 1971, and then the Swallow one was up in the reservation near Crowheart in 1980. But are you familiar with any other mass shootings or killings like that you didn't think of, Jake?
No.
Greg said there was one up in Gillette a few years ago where a guy took an AK-47 and killed a whole bunch of people, but I actually sort of remember that, but I sort of don't. But
I can remember an oil field worker in the gas fields and the gas patch up there on Gillette took an AK-47 to like pronghorn. He was a transplant from Michigan in the gas patch, and he was just mowing down wildlife with his AK. I remember that. But yeah, like who in their right mind? No one in their right mind. These are people that are not in their right mind, and just hopefully there's red flag warnings before the incidents, and somebody can get them help. Yeah,
and I think possibly the fact that so many people are armed in Wyoming, and people are aware that so many people are armed, that probably has a negative effect on people. Just thinking they're going to just pick up their gun and go shoot people, but I don't know. I think we've really died to coin the worst possible expression. We've dodged a bullet, but I keep thinking I don't think we've ever had a school shooting. We've had a couple close calls, and of course that way back in the 80s again, or back in the 70s, I think. We had that case over in
attempted school bombing.
Yeah, that bombing. What was the name of that town? It's over by
Cokeville.
Cokeville, that's right. But yeah, it was. Well, anyway, I'm talking about all these.
You're bringing us down on your birthday.
Well, I told you I'm just kind of old and depressed. But I need to be happy and that I'm still vertical and my family's fine, and most of my friends are doing okay. And heck, and as you say, the days are longer. My God, yesterday was the first day of spring, and which in Wyoming means we're entering sprinter,
Yeah.
which you know the or the we call it the spring of deception.
First day of spring, it just means the snow is heavier when you're shoveling it because it's just that heavy, wet snow. All right, I'm going to cheer you up, Bill. Here you go. This is for you for 79.
Happy birthday to
And you should stay at 79 for a while. Next year, 79 again. Stay right there at 79 for a little bit.
You know, Jack Benny, who you don't even know who that was.
I know Jack
I
Benny.
always said he was 39, but so I'll just say I'm hovering at 79, and I'm doing just fine.
It's like reaching a cruising altitude of 33,000 feet. You're like the pilot of your life. You're at 79. We're going to settle in here for a little bit. Turn off the, cabin lights, turn off the seatbelt sign, and just cruise at 79 for a few years. Thanks, Bill. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Have a great time. While we're fighting the snow, we'll be thinking about you with the in your toes.
I will not be thinking about you at all in the snow. Thanks, man. Have a great weekend. Bill Sniffen joins the conversation here with the Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a quick break. Back with more after these.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McKinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McKinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McKinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here in hour 3 on a Friday, just trying to inject the morning with a little bit of lightheartedness. We've had some heavy topics to deal with, the Byron murder-suicide thing and Bill Sniffen on his birthday. If that isn't depressing enough, Bill Sniffen turning 79. Bill led us down memory lane that included mass shootings, and I don't know where we went with that one. And we're headed to yet another gruesome incident in the news. Claire McFarland's story about these big piney yahoos who plotted and planned, allegedly, to go kill this guy in Big Piney, Dakota Farley. They had it out for him because they thought Dakota was making advances at somebody's sister or girlfriend or something. I don't know. They had their reasons. And they walked a mile with a bow and arrow with the intent, allegedly, to kill Dakota Farley. They found him in his cabin at home, and they shot him through with a bow and arrow, with an arrow, allegedly. I don't think there's any doubt that we have the two correct guys. But you know how courts are and libel suits are, and we have to say allegedly before and after every sentence, kind of. These are the two guys, in my opinion, that were there. Right? There's no doubt about that. Orion Schlesinger, the 18-year-old, who was not hands-on, apparently. There's two guys, and two guys can't shoot a bow and arrow. Only one guy can do that. So the guy who was not firing the bow and arrow was the 18-year-old Schlesinger, who has pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness. The whole, not guilty by insanity plea, which has become par for the course, standard. I mean, any public defender will tell you that's the first thing you got to grab at. That's the low-hanging fruit. You got to plead not guilty because you're crazy. Well, yeah, you're mentally unstable. You have mental illness. If you went and shot somebody with a bow and arrow, you have mental illness. There's no doubt about that. In my opinion, allegedly. Anyone, pretty much, who commits murder. Now, I might make an exception with a shooting death because 4 pounds of pressure on a trigger, it's not much. Doesn't take anything to shoot somebody. Just 1 second of rage, and you could kill someone. But if I make the exception with the mental insanity plea, and the idea that everyone's mental who makes stabbing deaths, to stab another person. Do you know how tactile that is? How gruesome? How much blood is involved? To repeatedly stab another human being to death. You're mental. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. But is that a plea? Is that a cop-out? I don't think so. I think the plea should be, I plead guilty by reason of insanity. That should be the correct plea. Yeah, I'm guilty and I'm crazy. Now, you got to be somewhat mental to hatch a plan where you're going to go shoot a dude with a bow and arrow. And you do so, not once, I think, but twice. I think they put a couple arrows through him. One of the arrows impaled the victim, Dakota Farley, to the floor. And if that wasn't enough, when it was over, they stole Farley's own firearm and shot him with it after he was dead, allegedly. So in the news, this incident happened a while ago, but it continues to be in the news because this is going to be a big trial. And I don't wonder if it's not too big a trial for Sublette County. Sublette County is not a big county, and they probably do not have the most elite and experienced of prosecuting attorneys. Sublette County Attorney Clayton Malinkovich. Sublette County, going back, I don't know how many years, a couple decades ago, they botched a murder case because they just don't do these very often. They're hard. Teton County, all these little counties of Wyoming, they don't see every day stuff like this. Big Piney does not see stuff like this every day. And Sublette County. Now, Sublette County Attorney Clayton Malinkovich could be very well equipped to handle this. I don't mean anything. I'm just saying it's a small county, and this is a big case, which involves a ton of billable hours, for one thing. And that was one big reason why Attorney Malinkovich said he's not going to seek the death penalty in the case of Schlesinger, the 18-year-old who says, basically, Schlesinger says, I'm crazy and I didn't do the actual shooting. Maybe he's already trying to back out of this one with those kind of ideas. We heard him the other day in a story from Claire McFarland saying, I'm not the one who did the shooting. I was just kind of along for the ride. He's almost trying to claim he's scared of the other dude, and he was just there. I was just along for the ride. Plus, I'm crazy, and anything else my attorney can think of. Allegedly. It's Rowan Littauer, who is believed to be the trigger man, so to speak, the 19-year-old Littauer, who apparently carried out the first-degree murder and mutilation of the dead body. At least that's what he's being accused of. Court documents say the two men had a personal grievance with Farley. They walked more than a mile to his house on February 1st. They walked into his home and shot him as he came out of the back room. Never had a chance. Compound bow Littauer used, allegedly, while Schlesinger is accused of helping hatch the plan. So Schlesinger was mentally aware enough to make the plan, help the plan. Here's what we ought to do. Let's take our bow and arrow over to Farley's house, shoot him, do him in. He was able to do that just fine, but now that he's in handcuffs, he's suddenly mentally ill. So Malinkovich, getting back to the prosecuting attorney, the county attorney, he said the death penalty is off the table for the one teen, the one we're talking about, Schlesinger, who said, I'm mentally ill and I was just along for the ride. I didn't do it. The other guy did the stuff. So the county attorney said, all right, he's probably not the main guy. He's probably not the trigger man. So the death penalty off the table, because seeking the death penalty in a Wyoming trial means double the work, triple the work, 10 times the work. Very complicated, very difficult, and a lot of billable hours. Plus, there's not a public defendant that's going to, where do you even find one? Although there's word now, I just read a story about AI is going to replace lawyers, probably for small little cases. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, the county attorney said, we're not going to seek the death penalty on the one dude. I don't know about the other one. He has not said whether Littauer will be on the hook for a potential death penalty. It's a gruesome event. And what punishment is adequate? I don't know if there's any adequate, but Claire McFarland has more. She explains here as she talked to Wendy Core.
For at least one of the two teens accused in the bow and arrow ambush death of a 23-year-old Big Piney man, the death penalty is no longer on the table. 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness at his Thursday arraignment in Sublette County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger is accused of conspiring to commit first-degree murder in the death of Dakota Farley on February 2nd.
We don't know yet about Rowan Littauer, the one accused of pulling the bowstring back. But for Orion Schlesinger, who's accused of helping to hatch the plan, conspiring to do this, marching over there, being by Littauer's side, the death penalty is no longer on the table. And the prosecutor, Clayton Malinkovich, said, this is for a few reasons. I don't think a jury will go for it. And factor number two is there is still a statewide and in some places severe public defender shortage that would just really be exacerbated by a death penalty case right now.
19-year-old Rowan Littauer is accused alongside Schlesinger with first-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body. Court documents say the two men, after a personal grievance with Farley, walked more than a mile to his house the night of February 1st, walked into his home, and shot him as he emerged from a back room.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Claire. You know, it's a shame to think, it's unfortunate to think some capital punishment cases may be thrown out because you can't afford it. That's terrible. I don't know where you are on capital punishment and the death penalty, whether you're pro or not. But just the idea that if you do have a death penalty on the books in the state of Wyoming and you don't pursue it as a county attorney because of money, if the big factor in the decision is we can't afford to go for the death penalty, that's terrible. Then I don't know what you do. All right, we got to clear the room. We got to take a break. Wendy Corr is on in a moment. She'll talk about her podcast and a whole mess more right after these. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in Hour 3.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Corr, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues with Wendy. Wendy Corr on the
Hey,
Zoom
Jake.
room. You're on the move, Wendy. Where are you going?
Yes. It seems like every other Friday I'm on the move when I'm on the Zoom with you here.
Any way you
But
can join.
Going across Wyoming. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful Wyoming morning.
It is. And I hate to leave it, but I'm going to for 2 weeks.
You are. I know. How crazy. But good for you. It's time
Yeah.
for a break, especially 2 weeks. That's a good thing. I took 2 weeks at the beginning of January and it was so necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with news stories like people getting shot with bow and arrows, and it just gets to, I don't know how Claire does it. I need a refresh every once in a while and get away from the news, I guess.
And yet Claire just thrives on it. It's just amazing. That woman is an incredible journalist. It's just awesome.
Hey, let me ask you a question, because one of our listeners asked me, they sent a text to the studio line. We were talking about Mark Hines' story about the Colorado wolf, the transplant. It was, Manitoba Canadian wolf got transplanted to Colorado, and it wasn't long before this wolf developed a taste for sheep and drifted into Wyoming and ate some 5 sheep or more, and had to be put down by Wyoming authorities, or by federal authorities, after a Wyoming rancher called it in.
Authorities.
Yeah, and he said, this
a northern
wolf,
Wyoming rancher, which is crazy.
this wolf was headed back to Canada, perhaps. I don't know. But now, the collar was on it to identify it as a Colorado wolf. Colorado authorities said, yep, that's ours. Now, who's on the hook for this? Because if this is a Wyoming, well, there's compensation programs in Wyoming that a rancher will be compensated for, loss of livestock due to predators. Would Colorado, foot some bill, or I don't know.
I don't know what the rules are. It seems to me, wolves don't know what state they belong to, but if this was Colorado can't be responsible for keeping their wolves in Colorado. They're wild animals.
Yeah.
So the federal government, to me, needs to be on the hook.
Yeah, the feds are going to have to do it, because that's, it goes across state lines. But yeah, our listener did ask, did the Colorado Park Wildlife pay for the sheep that the wolf killed? They need to pay for the damages. I don't know who pays. Somebody should pay, because there are programs in place. Yeah. But what do you do when it's a Colorado wolf from Canada that was killing in Wyoming? These wolves, don't they know where to stay?
Yeah, where the lines are. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know, because is Colorado culpable because Colorado's the ones that wanted the wolves and brought the wolves in? Who paid for the wolves to be relocated?
It's got to be
That's
federal.
The question.
Yeah, it's got to be. With the reintroduction of the wolves, that was all federal driven. It's got to be the feds that are behind that compensation program. But I honestly don't know offhand. Mark would know. We could talk to Mark and he'll find out.
Mark knows all.
Mark knows all about that kind of stuff. You know what I really like, Wendy, and maybe you can explain a little what goes on internally, give us a sneak preview inside Cowboy State Daily. But I enjoy when we stay with stories until we think they're finished. For instance, the trooper, Parker Smith, his kid Christian, the 2-year-old, we heard about the terrible accident. And usually for most news, that's it. You'll never hear it again. We get a follow-up. How's Christian doing? How's the family doing? This tow truck driver that was hit the other day, we get a follow-up. What happened to him? How's he doing in the hospital? I love when our reporters stay with a story because we want to know the resolution. What happened with this story?
I think that's one of the things that sets us apart as a news organization, is that we don't just report the sensationalism. We care because we know that our readers care. Our readers aren't the kind of people that just want the sensational headlines. They genuinely care about what happens to these people who are involved in tragic accidents. And I think that says a lot about Wyoming people and about the people that read and watch our news. And again, it also says something about our journalists that pitch the story and say, hey, I know that this is Claire's ongoing conversations with the father of the 4 girls, of the girls that were killed, the husband of the woman who, in Byron, who shot and killed her daughters, her ongoing communication with that poor father, and Claire's compliments to Cliff Harshman are she just thinks he's walks on water in some ways, because he's just so heartbroken, but at the same time, so strong. And I just think that says so much about Claire and her follow-up.
It says a lot about Claire, a lot about Cliff Harshman, and a lot about, look, we're not trying to keep this story in the headlines because it's sensational. I know Byron, the community just wants to heal. I know the family probably wants to start to heal. And, after mourning, and we're not trying to drudge it up. The latest news is the toxicology report. I think that's important to learn. And it's always important hearing, Cliff Harshman just doesn't talk to everybody. There's a lot of reporters that want him. Claire's got a good relationship there. And Cliff said something really important, really powerful. He said he wants to make sure this doesn't become about vilifying the drugs. Drugs work for some people in depression when they're administered correctly, to get the right amount. It works. He said in this case, things went wrong, but that's not what this is about. Cliff has been, he said that from the beginning, about his wife suffering from depression, medicating for it. And it can be good and it can be dark.
Yes.
And in this case, but he sounds like a guy who's got his head on straight. So I think he'll be able to work through this if anybody can. But that was a good quote from him. I was glad to hear that.
I'm just so impressed again with our reporters who continue to nurture those relationships, and we're just very blessed to have the team that we. So I want to give a real quick plug here too to our to the podcast that we've got tomorrow. So do I have a couple of minutes to do that?
I mean, a week ago today, exactly, we were talking about the passing of Alan K. Simpson, and we scrambled to get some coverage on the air in real time. And you have been scrambling to put together a podcast, and it couldn't be more fitting. Alison, what's it going to look like?
It is the coolest panel of people. Rob Wallace, big shout out to Rob Wallace, because he reached out and reached out to all these people and said, hey, would you participate? I just followed up. So we have Rob Wallace. We have Mike Tonger. Mike was Al Simpson's chief of staff in Washington, D.C. when Al was in the Senate. We have Pete Williams, NBC correspondent, a longtime NBC correspondent who started out in Casper, born and raised Wyoming guy. We're so tickled. I'm so tickled to have that relationship with him and to have that connection to be able to call on him. He's such a pro. We had Erskine Bowles, people. We've got Erskine Bowles from North Carolina, who was with Al in the fiscal responsibility task force that both of them were appointed by President Obama. And his stories are just fantastic. And then, of course, I mentioned Rob. We also have former Governor Mike Sullivan. And I just think Mike Sullivan is the best. And of course, he's a Democrat and Al was a Republican. And the two of them, even though ideologically they're on not opposite sides, but different sides of views and different politics there, they were such good friends. And the idea that all of these 5 people are coming together, they're telling stories, they're sharing the things that they love most about Al. We brought also comments from people like Bruce McCormick, longtime publisher of the Cody Enterprise, and Don Hardy. Don Hardy was not only Al's chief of staff and press secretary in Washington, D.C., he's also a Cody guy, just like Al. They grew up in the same town. And Don wrote his biography, Shooting from the Lip. So I've been in contact with Don. Don is on a round the world cruise right now, but he sent some beautiful remarks, as did Bruce McCormick, and I was able to read those on. And we've got some old pictures that I've dropped into the podcast. So you don't want to just listen to it, you want to watch it too, because some of these pictures are just classics.
Wow, Wendy. So this weekend's roundup is going to be super special. It's going to be essentially an online memorial service to Alan Simpson.
Absolutely.
We're going to memorial him down in Laramie at the college. There's going to be a little more family private affair in Cody coming up in 9-10 days. But this is a chance. This is a jump start, is to do it right on Cowboy State Daily on the podcast platform. You're going to do it with the people who knew him best, professionally and personally. That's so cool.
Right. And of course, he will lie in state at the Capitol on the 27th and the 28th. And I don't know how that works, if there's going to be people speaking or anything like that. But this is a chance for you to really get immersed in some of these stories. And again, like you say, the people who knew him best and who were with him throughout his life. It's just really a gift. And, I've got some other podcasts out there too. I did a podcast with Al I think it was July.
Yeah.
And we put that on and re-upped that on one of our stories about Al. But you can always find that on just YouTube or on your podcast app. Just look for the Roundup, Al Simpson. I had a great conversation with his brother Pete and Pete's wife Lynn not too long ago, back in January. So those are, I think it was January, might have been December. Anyway, had a wonderful visit with them. So if you really want to get into and remember Al for who he was, we've got those podcasts as well. So
that had to be an extra special undertaking, Wendy, to pull that together in a week. But Cowboy State,
it was great.
Yeah, relevant. We're trying to bring you the news that's important to you, and the news really all week has been Alan Simpson, maybe for the whole month. I mean, we still miss Alan K. Simpson. This will be a fitting send-off, so to speak. Roundup with Wendy Core this weekend is going to feature all things Al Simpson. I love it.
Yeah, and it's a special hour-long
cool
episode too. So we've got a full hour talking with all of these guys about their memories of Al.
I like that. Wendy, get where you're going safely. Have a great weekend. I'll see you in a couple weeks.
You have a safe trip as well. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Jake, enjoy your vacation.
Thank you. And I'll be watching the podcast tomorrow, maybe from the aeroplane, but that's cool. Wendy Core's podcast. Don't miss it. Don't miss anything. Cowboy State Daily. We got a break for top of the hour news. We'll be back after that as the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Rock Springs tow truck operator now hospitalized in Casper is just starting a weeks-long recovery after being hit by a pickup truck Wednesday on Interstate 80. Zach Crone is at Banner Wyoming Medical Center waiting on future surgeries and next steps as he recovers. That's what his wife Elizabeth told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland in a Thursday phone interview.
He's had a kidney removed. So there's some gut problems along with other fractures, shatters, gashes that they're going to be dealing with for a while. But his wife, Elizabeth, agreed Thursday to update the public. And she also said, please, if you see operators or stalled vehicles or anything like that, slow down and move over.
On Wednesday morning outside Wamsutter, Zach had been offloading lumber from a commercial truck trailer onto a nearby flatbed after a wreck that had happened the night before. Zach pivoted from the lumber trailer to start walking toward his truck so he could retrieve more straps when a red Ford pickup hurtled down a slope, lost control, and smashed him between the truck and trailer. Expansion of the Spring Creek mine in southeast Montana was recently approved by federal regulators, offering on-the-ground evidence of the President Donald Trump administration's push to ramp up the mining and burning of coal. Between 2010 and 2019, the Federal Energy Information Administration reports that 290 coal-fired plants closed and more were scheduled to close. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that times have changed.
Here you have an administration that will be on their side in more cases, perhaps, when it comes to extracting coal from the ground and tying things up less with regulations. That's also what concerns activists like the one I interviewed in Montana. They're feeling some whiplash because there's definitely been a reversal.
Trump's executive order issued in January titled Unleashing American Energy directs agencies to roll back National Environmental Policy Act regulations and streamline permitting processes. Well, for at least one of the two teens accused in the bow and arrow ambush death of a 23-year-old Big Piney man, the death penalty is no longer on the table. 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness at his Thursday arraignment in Sublette County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger is accused of conspiring to commit first-degree murder in the death of Dakota Farley on February 2nd.
The prosecutor, Clayton Milinkovich, said this is for a few reasons. I don't think a jury will go for it. And factor number two is there is still a statewide and in some places severe public defender shortage that would just really be exacerbated by a death penalty case right now.
19-year-old Rowan Littauer is accused alongside Schlesinger with first-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body. Court documents say the two men, after a personal grievance with Farley, walked more than a mile to his house the night of February 1st, walked into his home and shot him as he emerged emerged from a back room. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, it doesn't get much farther from the bright lights of Hollywood or the glitz and out-to-be-seen star power of Sundance, but Cody, Wyoming wants to break in as a destination for film festival junkies. The first Yellowstone Film Festival will show 78 films at Bighorn Cinemas in Cody from March 21st through the 28th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dozens of feature films, animated shorts, documentaries, and other projects from local and international filmmakers will be screened.
There's some eye-raising titles like When Santa Was a Communist, which is a comedy drama film about a theater troupe touring through war-torn Bosnia with a Christmas production. The whole idea is it's independent films that people in Northwest Wyoming might not get exposed to easily, and now they're being presented on the big screen for these people to take in and experience.
Festival founder Jacob Graham knows it'll take years to get the event to where he wants it to go, but his team is determined to keep going. Their goal is to use the Yellowstone Film Festival to bring more films to the screen for a week while building momentum for more full-scale productions in the future. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Final hour on a Friday. Thanks for spending your time with us. Appreciate it. Make sure you grab a chance to see that podcast. Enjoy Wendy Core's Roundup Podcast, special edition, hour-long edition, as we pay tribute to Alan K. Simpson, former U.S. Senator, former everything. I mean, that does not define him adequately. There's not enough words and not enough titles and ways to describe Alan Simpson. One of a kind. No doubt. The governor did sign that bill, by the way, that would earmark $10 million toward the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. He signed that. So, $10 million heading towards Cody and that shooting complex. Still going to leave them a little bit short, but they're going to have to do some private fundraising to get there. Also in the news, tough loss for our Wyoming Cowgirls in basketball. I thought we were going to trounce Texas Tech. I really did. But Texas Tech, the Lady Raiders had an insane second quarter, and the Cowgirls just could not rebound from that. Cowgirls were outscored. This game happened yesterday. It was the kickoff of the WBIT, the Invitational Tournament. The Cowgirls, first time they've been in that. went in with a record of 22-11. They came up short. Final score 65-48. Cowgirls got outscored in the second quarter 17-6. Just a nightmare of a second quarter, and they could not recover. So they're bounced. That's the final game for our Wyoming Cowgirls in what has been a great season. They'll finish the year 22 wins, 12 losses. Disappointing to lose that one to Texas Tech. I thought we had more in the tank, but a great year for our Cowgirls. Proud of them. Leo Wilson should be in the Zoom room here momentarily. We can check out this day in history. We also have special guest Laura Milne coming up, the executive director of the Casper Christian School. What is her exact terminology? I better get it together before Laura gets on. She's the executive director of the Casper Christian School Foundation, in charge of raising money for the Casper Christian School, which, if you don't know about it, we'll tell you about it. Great school. You're going to love it. We'll talk to Laura in a moment, right after Leo, and right after this. It's This Day in History, March 21st. And these things happen in Wyoming on this day in history. Let's start with 1806. The Corps of Discovery started their trip back east. That's Lewis and Clark, by the way. They had gone all the way out west. They had wintered on a beach in Oregon, right? Isn't that where they spent the winter? It was on the Pacific Ocean. And it was this day, they were trying to think of the best timing so they would hit the least amount of snow. And it was this day that they began their journey back home. What a successful historical event. You didn't lose anybody. Just unbelievable to think about the Lewis and Clark expedition, the Corps of Discovery. That mission, that over 1 year, year and a half, 2-year mission, and how successful it was in doing its core mission, which to make all these discovery, document things, and get out alive, get there and back alive. Incredible. 1836, Mexicans capture Capano, Texas on this day. Well, that's not Wyoming. 1862, Ben Holliday bought the Russell Majors and Waddell stage line. This day, 1862. How about 1874? My Western Home, the song, better known as Home on the Range. You all know Home on the Range. It was this day in 1874. It was first published by Dr. Brewster Higley, a Kansas homesteader. It was published, the lyrics, in his hometown paper, the Kerwin Chief. Soon after the poem, the writing was set to music by a friend of his, and now we have Home on the Range, 1874. This day in 1875, T.J. Webster sold his interest in the Laramie Daily Independent to Charles Bramall, and the title was changed to the Laramie Daily Sun. On this day in 1890, General George Crook died at the age of 61. Do you know what he was doing when he died? Lifting weights. I didn't know that. General George Crook. He was the legendary Indian Wars general. All during the Indian Wars, you'll hear General Crook's name come up. Later in life, he was an advocate for the Indians. After waging war with them, he came alongside, started to see their point of view. Crook County is named for him. General George Crook, this day in 1861, died while lifting weights. In 1890, I said 1890, right? I didn't know weightlifting was like a big thing, especially for a guy who in his everyday life had a pretty good workout, I would imagine. Lifting weights at age 61. I guess he was long retired. Maybe he was just trying to stay in shape. This day in 1899, the Wyoming Historical Society Museum in Cheyenne opened. March 21st, 1931, University of Wyoming geology professor S.H. Knight took instrumental photos of the Grand Canyon, 1931. Fascinating photos. I would share them with you, but if you're on radio, that's going to be just teasing, right? It's going to be kind of pointless. 1954, this day, Cheyenne's KFBC TV, Channel 5, began broadcasting their very first broadcast this day in 1954. And on this day in 2012, the American Heritage Center at UW, Wyoming History Day. District, I'm not sure what it is. Competition in DuBois. Oh, District 6, Hot Springs, Fremont, and Teton counties competed with District 7, Uinta, Sweetwater, Lincoln, Sublette. The American Heritage, I don't even know what that means or what that is. Maybe I should have. I should have just censored that, pre-edited it right out. Okay. Leo Wolfson's supposed to be on so we can ask him what he has to say about this letter to the editor. It was written yesterday by Donald O'Toole, Laramie, concerning the Harriet Hageman Town Hall meeting in Laramie that went kind of rowdy. Letter to the editor from O'Toole says, Leo Wolfson's account of Representative Hageman's town hall meeting in Laramie yesterday evening was accurate enough. He admitted, however, omitted two small but significant details that might account for Laramie's robust reaction to the representative's pitch. I think they concerned a change of venue at the last moment, or at least which room they would use, and it included putting MAGA, reserving the first 5 rows of the venue for MAGA folks, so that when Hageman took questions, they were mainly from the people down front, and they were mainly from the friendlies. Well, that would make a little bit of a difference. Donald O'Toole takes exception a little bit with Leo's coverage of Hageman's town hall. And Leo was to answer to that if he was on the show. But I don't see him. So it might be a good time to rodeo instead. when Leo is nowhere to be found, it's a good time to rodeo. It's the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, our conversation continues with 10-time qualifier to the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo, Caleb Bennett, the bareback rider from Corvallis, Montana. He recently announced his retirement from the sport of rodeo. We talked about his injuries in the last couple of years from his full-time competition. Caleb Bennett on the Roadshow, coming up next.
Ranchers, the Vermilion Ranch Spring Angus Sale is coming up on March 27th and 28th. And this spring, 5,500 Angus will sell. In fact, on Thursday, March 27th at 12 noon at the South Pryor Development Center, 18 miles east of Billings, 5,000 open commercial Angus replacement heifers plus 52-year-old Angus pairs, all with King Air bull calves sell. Then at Pays in Billings at 5:30 p.m., it's Vermilion's annual embryo sale and 30 bred registered heifers from the fall program sell. Friday, March 28th at Pays, 11 a.m. 500 performance-tested, registered yearling Angus bulls sired by the best herd bulls Vermilion has to offer. Sale broadcast live on northernlivestockvideo.com, where you can always preview the entire offering at any time. Again, it's the Vermilion Angus Sale March 27th and 28th in Billings. Vermilion Ranch Angus Genetics, Cavignies, Performance Power, Cow Power, the look.
Your injuries and the toll that bareback riding takes on your body, just too much, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple years, I guess 23 and then even last year, 23 took me out in Calgary with a bad leg injury. I was bound and determined to come back and at least give it one more good solid year. And just another little fluke deal and messed up my shoulder and took me out of competition for a good month again, in 2024. And that was part of it, not all of it, that kind of led me to realize that I needed to start choosing a different path, and just there's so much abuse and strain put on the body, and I've always been one that's physically and mentally and nutrition-wise has tried to take the best care of myself as possible to keep up with competition and to keep myself feeling good. And it was kind of starting to look like no matter what I did, what I spent money on supplement-wise to keep myself healthy, I just kind of still kept getting a little battered and bruised, and it was time to move on.
Bareback rider Caleb Bennett, Corvallis, Montana, on his retirement and his injuries on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thank you, Will. And Leo Wolfson's stories that we're covering today include this one that dropped yesterday. With approval ratings at an all-time low, Wyoming Democrats are searching for direction. National approval ratings for Democrats, I think I saw numbers, boy, they were low. According to two latest polls from NBC News and CNN released this week, the Democratic Party nationally has reached its lowest approval rating ever recorded. NBC News found it at about 27% approval rating, CNN at 29%. These declines came about because many Democrats now say they disapprove of their own leadership. What does that mean for states like Wyoming, where Democrats are hard to even find? And if you can find one, what is their state of mind right now? The party is searching for solutions and nationwide, and including here in Wyoming. Wyoming Democrats attending a Gather for Good rally opposing Representative Hageman on that town hall deal Wednesday. That was the pre-show. That was the tailgating for Hageman's town hall. There was the Gather for Good deal that Democrat county party organizers organized. And that went relatively peaceful. I mean, you just, kind of organizing, milling about with your signs. And then when they got let into the venue and saw Hageman, that's when things got a little squirrely. Wyoming Democrats attending the Gather for Good rally opposing Donald Trump and U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Wednesday offered few clear answers as to how their party would and should move forward. They spoke out obviously against the administration, against Republicans, but as far as what are you going to do for you, we hear what you don't like. What are you going to do for you? Because Democrat right now, the Democratic Party, lowest approval ratings on record. That's not Cowboy State Daily saying that. That's not me. That's NBC News and CNN polls that say that. 27 and 29% around there. One of the things the Democratic Party is trying to grapple with, says Committeeman Lucas Freilich, he's a Wyoming Democratic Party national committeeman. He said that it's one of the things that the Democratic Party is trying to grapple with is how do we move forward after the losses in this recent election cycle? How do we move forward? He said, I do think in the Wyoming Party, one of the things that we're definitely looking towards is to show up more, be present where people are going to be. So, well, they certainly did that Wednesday at the Laramie Town Hall of U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman. They did that. Show up, make your voice heard. Yes, we heard that, but a lot of the rhetoric was just very negative. And if, again, I'm not political, but any political party that's on the downturn, and we all see it go cyclical, Republicans are up now, but Democrats will be up in another 4 years. You know, it all goes back and forth. But to get on the upswing, you've got to start talking some positive stuff. You got to start getting out of, well, here's what we hate about the other guys. And you got to start getting to, well, what do we like? What do we believe in? That discussion has to start happening if the Democrats are ever going to pull themselves out of these low approval ratings, in my opinion. The rhetoric needs to turn positive. We need to hear more about what you are going to do and not what them guys did. We'll be right back into the Zoom room with special guest Lauren Milne right after this break on the Cowboy State Daily.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 4 on a Friday. I am already into the weekend, Laura. I don't know about you. I'm halfway there. Laura Milne joins us. We know it's Laura Milne because her Zoom room nomenclature says so. Hi, Laura.
Good morning.
How's your voice?
It's here. It's
That's
good.
I only once in my life, and I think it was the first time for you. You were going to be on earlier this week, but you lost your voice. You said that's never happened to you. I've only had that happen once, and it's so weird. And for me, who has to talk, it was not good. But
no,
isn't it weird? Like nothing you can do makes your voice come out.
It doesn't come out. I lost it when I was a teenager one time, but no, I don't know what happened. Stress, I guess.
Well, we're here to talk about the Mountaineers football team.
Okay.
Actually, we're going to cover a lot, but first, this is the executive director of the Casper Christian School Foundation. Before you talk about what the foundation does, and that's the fundraising arm that comes alongside the school, I want to talk up the school a little bit because I'm not familiar. but I love the concept. My wife teaches at a Christian-based private school here in Jackson. I love it. Casper Christian School. What is it? I think it's your sixth grade, sixth through the end of high school. Tell me a little more about it.
So we are a non-denominational private Christian school. We're a 501c3. We serve grades 6 through 12. We teach we teach everything from a biblical worldview. We teach all subjects. There's nothing we don't teach. We're in next year we'll be open for 5 years. We'll open our doors for our 5th year. So that's who we are. We're members of the High School Athletic Association for Wyoming. So we're playing 1A football and
I saw that.
Sports. Yeah.
I was creeping around the website. It looks really cool. I think I even know one of your teachers or know of her.
Good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, tell me about the accreditation. I don't know what that means, the ACSI accreditation. What does that mean? You've got the right paperwork and you got the right credentials. What does it mean?
Yeah, so the Association of Christian Schools International is an international accrediting body that really just lends credence to Christian schools. It kind of opens up a network of Christian schools worldwide for everything from scholarships and support to just showing that we have excellence in our school. It's quite a process. The accreditation process takes a lot.
Yeah. Now, for some, it depends on the family and it depends on the child and the student, what works for you, public school, maybe homeschooling, private school, whatever works. But I think we all agree that these teen years, especially preteen, age 11, 12, 13, these are crucial years. And there's 3 things that influence this kid. It's your home life, and I hope that's good. And I hope you have a positive mom and dad and a good, role models, good thing going on at home. Perhaps a church is a great place to get outside influence. And school. I mean, your kid is in school Monday through Friday, like all day. That is hugely impressionable upon a person. So it's key that these preteen and teen years, what we're feeding into the minds of these kids is really crucial.
Definitely, yes. And that's part of our mission statement is a homeschool and church, because we believe that they all 3 affect a student as they grow. And if you have one without the other, it's a 3-strand cord. That's in Ecclesiastes. It's not as strong if it's only one. And it's working very well for us. We work a lot with the families and the home and school. The churches, we have 25 plus churches represented in our school, and all of them are very supportive.
CCS, Casper Christian School, is non-denominational, but certainly Christian-based. You're going to get an education that includes an education. I mean, you're going to learn about whatever, Christopher Columbus, but you're also going to learn alongside biblical stuff.
Yep, everything that we do is with a biblical worldview. We are a praying school, and everything that we do with the kids is to teach them to go out into the world and spread the word of Christ. And it's interesting because our school is not immune to problems. It's not immune to world problems in the secular world, but there's nothing that our kids can't talk about and use the Bible to combat. So we have Bible class every day, and we have excellent teachers that really lead our kids through a lot of these world problems. There's just a lot of things in our society right now that our kids are trying to go through, things maybe that we didn't have to when we were younger, or it's just seen a little bit more, I think, because we have a lot of media that can show it. They can get anywhere and see anything. So it's really about creating a culture in the school that becomes their school. This is their school. This is they build the culture of this school. And the teachers really help drive that as well as the parents in the church. So
this CCS approach, the Casper Christian School approach, it's not bulletproof, excuse that horrible pun, but it equips kids better to deal with everyday life. Casper has certainly been in the news for teen violence. Wow, we've seen some terrible stories out of Casper. And I don't know. We're all grasping for the answer, but the answer could be at this school. They're growing. You got about 100 students, 36% growth every year. Tuition. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Tuition. Talk about tuition. Now talk about what the foundation is doing, because from what I hear, and maybe we'll have to have a serious chat with your financial people, they charge less in tuition than it costs to actually educate the kids. So that model doesn't work, Laura. Man, I don't know what your accountants are doing, but how do you step in the gap? What does the foundation do?
Well, the foundation is a fundraising arm. We've only been active about 6 months, I suppose, but it was a need that we had. We really needed to be able to focus on that gap. So $7,000 is about what the tuition is. It's between 10 and 11,000 to educate, depending on the year. If we have to hire new teachers, it's a little fluid, but we always have a gap in our budget. So that's one of my jobs, is to fundraise. And we do a lot of different things. We do events to fundraise. We do campaigns to fundraise. We're kind of getting it down after 5 years. We've got an event that comes up in the fall where we bring in a comedian. And then we have an event in the summer. But really, that's the name of the game, is fundraising. Really, we want to close that gap. So closing that gap means bringing more students in. Our school can hold about 140 kids where we are now, if it's evenly distributed. So one of the things we'll look at in the future, in the next hopefully less than 5 years, is building. We do have land that's been donated that we can build on, but we have a facilities committee that's kind of looking where are we going to go if next year our enrollment explodes, because it is really picked up with kind of the House bill that's come up and some other things. Parents are really wanting an alternative for their kids. So we have a really strong enrollment right now.
Yeah, that House Bill 199 Steamboat Scholarship, that was pretty important, huh?
Very. It really was. It was a great thing to pass. And our parents, I think probably most of them will apply for that.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that everybody can get it. Everybody can apply for it. There is still limited funds. It's $30 million. That's a little over 4,000 students that can be served with that. And we're not the only school. So we're going to encourage our parents to apply for that. I'm a parent. I have 2 kids here too, so I'll be applying for that. But it really gave parents a choice in education. And it's something that they've been working on for many years. So it's great to see that it's finally come around.
We're talking to Laura Milne, Executive Director of the Casper Christian School Foundation, the fundraising arm, relatively new, of the school, the Casper Christian School, which is also relatively new, just about 5 years old and growing. And by the way, 25-26, now enrolling. So find out more at casperchristianschool.org. That's to get in touch with the school folks. What about you and your foundation? How can we learn more and give?
So the foundation is ccsfoundation.org. Sorry, that's not right. It's foundation.ccs.org.
There you go.
And you can go there, and there's a link that takes you to give, and my number's on there and everyone else's number's on there. The board is on there. People will be familiar with some of the people on the board. And call us anytime. We love to talk about fundraising, and that's my thing. I love to fundraise. I like to talk to people. So, yeah.
Well, I don't want to be so successful with enrollment that we break 140, we shove you right out of there, and we cause you to expand. But these are good problems to have, I guess.
It's a great problem to have. And over enrollment is a great problem to have. Yes. We have one class that's going to be full next year that we're probably going to have to take a wait list for right now. So our 9th grade class next year is just gone crazy. So
I'm glad to hear that, because I know for me personally, what I see here in Jackson also is, I see a lot of private schools take a student from K through 6 and wearing the uniform, getting a different kind of education, And it's great. It builds a great foundation. But when they get to the middle school years and the high school years, when you start to get outside influences, you get cliques, and you get real demands from the outside to pull you another way. I'm glad to see a school that's running grades 6 through 12, those important years, and still offering things that a public high school would offer, like sports and other activities and stuff. I mean, it's needed. It's crucial.
Yeah, we have some excellent programs. Our high school, we're one of the few private schools that has a 6-man football team, and our boys have just really been an influence in that 6-man world. Our boys pray on the field afterwards, and we have not had a team that hasn't prayed with us. They always pray at the end of every game. And then we found out recently that these 6-man teams, even when they weren't playing us, were praying at the end of games.
Oh,
so that was really a great thing for us to hear. Our kids are going out and they're doing the thing that we want them to do, and that we're teaching them to do here. And then the other thing that I want to mention is our fine arts department is amazing. We have an excellent theater teacher. It is not your normal 6th, 7th, 8th grade mom and dad go put their earplugs in because they don't have enough time to practice. We have an excellent art department, fine arts department. In fact, we sold out our last venue. So it's been great to see our programs build. And the Wyoming High School Athletic Association has been great with us too, helping us build those programs and promoting us. So we are loving the growth. So
I like
next
that.
year we get to add volleyball. We have football, basketball, and next year we get to add volleyball. So lots of kids excited.
Casper Christian School offering that faith-based education, so important, offering the extracurriculars and the activities you would expect at a public high school and middle school. So cool. Go Mountaineers. That's Laura Milne. And just pray for her and the school's success and send her a whole bunch of money while we're at it.
Please. That would be great.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Laura. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Have a great weekend. Laura Milne joins us in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're going to take a quick break, come back with a final stretch run to the tape here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake
wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in our final hour on a Friday. Thanks for spending your morning with us. Thank you to all of you who have been commenting and joining along with the conversation. We got some good advice from some folks who have texted us on our studio line. You can always do that. Call or text the studio line 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text if you want to respond to something, comment on something, pitch in your 2 cents, and I'll share it with everybody. Some folks comment on the Facebook page. That's cool. Some folks comment on our YouTube page. I should read that more often. Sometimes I forget to look there. We got this comment from the text line telling me about some advice on going to Mexico. Yeah, I hear you. If you're in an all-inclusive in Mexico, turn the wristband inside out so people can't tell which resort you're from if you leave the resort. I really don't leave I barely leave the resort. But if I do, yes, everybody's on the hustle in Mexico. Man, it reminds me of New York City when I left there. Everybody's got a scam and a hustle. Everybody. And if they see you're at a resort, with everybody's wearing the wristband for your resort, then yeah, they're putting the screws to you. Everybody wants to get something. I know. It happens less. There's less problems in Cabo than there are at Cancun and some of the other, because Cabo really is California South. I don't know how it is Mexico, geography-wise. I know it has to do with the Tex-Mex War, the American whatever war it was. What am I looking at? I want to see the map. Google Maps. Because the Baja, where Cabo, Mexico is, that's the southern tip of California. It's so not really even Mexico. It's not Mexico mainland. Mexico mainland, like Mexico City and Cancun, and obviously some cities in Mexico are not safe. But I got a feeling the Cabo is different because it's not on the mainland. In fact, I don't even know if you can travel from the Baja California, that part of Mexico. I don't even know if you can get to the regular Mexico without going through the U.S. I guess you can. Barely. I'm looking at the map. Like Tijuana, that's not safe. I wouldn't go to Tijuana. Boy, that wouldn't be safe. But way down in, these gated exclusive resorts, way down on the tip of Southern California, otherwise known as Baja California, otherwise known as Mexico, technically, I think your level of safety is pretty good. But I wouldn't be flashing a lot of money around like I was going to buy a dog, the world's most expensive dog. New York Post is reporting that the world's most expensive dog, care to guess what breed it is? Somebody paid $5.7 million for this dog. Somebody being a guy from India with more money than sense, right? I think he's from India. $5.7 million. Yeah. Oh, no, wait. The dog is from, sold him. Oh, yeah. It was sold to a renowned dog breeder. Okay. From the capital of India's southern Karnataka state. So it was, yes, some dog breeder in India who his business must be doing pretty good to shell out $5.7 million for this dog. Now, why is it so expensive? And what breed would be so expensive in your mind? And here's a photo of the dog if you're watching the podcast. If you're not, and on radio, I'll describe it. It looks like, kind of looks like a German Shepherd-y thing. Which is kind of accurate because the dog, by the way, is a breed you've never heard of because it's a brand new breed. It was made up. It was concocted. It is a breed you've not seen before, and that's why the dog's so expensive. It's a brand new breed, and it is made by crossing an actual wolf with a Caucasian Shepherd. Boy, I don't know if that's safe. It's a wolf dog. And his name is Ketabam Okami, touted as the rarest dog in the world. He's a brand new breed, a cross between a wolf, like a real wolf, and a Caucasian Shepherd. That's kind of what he looks like. Boy, I would want to be a little more sure about the temperament of this dog before I shell out nearly $6 million to buy him. He looks cool, but is he going to eat you while you're sleeping? He's half wolf. I can't imagine you want to introduce him to a household that has cats or even dogs smaller than him. He stands about 30 inches high. He's just 8 months old, this dog. He's cool looking, but, I don't know if he's $5.7 million cool looking. Not sure about that. This story from Wildfile says that the wheels are in motion and just about to the finish line to convey some 3,500 Bureau of Reclamation acres near Glendo Reservoir. These are Bureau of Rec land that's going to transfer to the state. So that's always a good thing when you can pull federal land and pull it back into state land. Just about all our Wyoming representatives are talking about that, saying there should be more state land. Although recent polls show that's not the majority of our view. For those polled, those people living in Wyoming, I saw a recent poll, and I can go find that shows the majority of us do not agree that federal land should become state land because we're worried about how the state might manage it. As federal land, when we're talking about forest and park, we can be relatively assured it will remain that way. Good for wildlife, etc., and we can go hiking it. If it's state land, there's a fear that the state will maybe close it off for certain things, maybe close it off for energy development, and we won't be able to recreate on that land anymore. That's the fear anyway. I'm just telling you what the poll shows. And I'm looking for that poll now. Majority of Wyomingites do not agree that federal land should become state land. Where is that? I'm going to look for that a little bit more. Maybe I can't take a break. I've taken all my breaks. But anyway, in this case, 3,500 acres near the Glendo Reservoir that are currently U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. property. It's property that abuts the North Platte River, along with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. That's about to be transferred to the state. That story in the news, we read it on Wildfile. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily we're following. We told you about this yesterday, and Mark Hines has ripped us off. I told you this yesterday. I had heard that a former Wyoming resident who has since moved to Alabama was finally busted. Finally, I think he's already been sentenced, or did we just catch him? Busted is the word Mark Hines uses. And this after 26 years, this incident, this poaching incident that this Alabama man's been accused of, Kenny Craig, 53-year-old, happened 26 years ago, back in October of 1998 in that hunting season. He killed a 5x5 mule deer in Hunt Area 157 near Riverton. A 5x5 refers to, obviously, a mule deer buck with 5 antler points on each side. The problem is he had a general deer tag in Hunt Area 157, which was a draw tag only area, meaning he was not allowed to take a buck. I think that, and there was another couple of things. So he's ordered to pay fines, $410 in fines, $1,000 in restitution. He had to surrender his hunting privileges for 3 years, including hunting, fishing, and trapping privileges. And it goes to show, Wyoming Game and Fish says that there's no statute of limitations. No matter how long ago you broke wildlife laws, Game and Fish will still be looking for you. This man used to live in Lysite back when he did this, Kenny Craig. And I don't know how they finally got him, but I mean, the moral of the story is Game and Fish will always pursue these cases to the bitter end. Mark Hines talks more with Wendy Core about it.
A former Wyoming man who had moved to Alabama has been busted for illegally killing a deer 26 years after the fact and after dodging a bench warrant for 24 years. 53-year-old Kenny Craig was arrested in March 2024 on a bench warrant that had been issued in February 2000. Some retired Wyoming game wardens told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that sort of thing occasionally happens.
He was living in Wyoming. He shot a mule deer on the wrong tag way back in 1988. He was cited for it, but just kept skipping his court dates. A bench warrant was issued in 2000. They finally caught up with him, I think, late last year in 2024. And I thought that was unusual. And so I reached out to a couple retired Wyoming Game and Fish wardens and said, oh, yeah, that does happen. One guy said that in 1993, he saw a guy, ice fisherman, pulling a huge lake trout out of Flaming Gorge while his buddy filmed it, found out the guy had been fishing without a license, confiscated the videotape, took all that in as evidence, cited the guy, and he says, to this day, I still have that videotape. They never did find the guy because he skipped out.
However, Hines reports that there is no statute of limitations on game violations, so all those old warrants are still active.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Mark, for more on that story. Yeah, Game and Fish, the long arm of the Game and Fish. Long arm reaches all the way to Alabama, and long arm reaches all the way back more than 2 decades to solve and prosecute a poaching case. I like that. I still don't see the stop sign at Togety Pass covered in snow. I've been checking in once an hour to see who's going to win that contest, whether the stop sign gets covered. Not yet. And I'm reading this story on the interwebs about scientists now say they may have undercounted the world population, human population. Most estimates put the world population at about 8.2 billion. A new study suggests that may be vastly underrepresenting many areas, many rural areas. There could be a whole lot more people on the planet than 8.2 billion. Maybe. If we get our counts right. I've stood in line and waited at some restaurants where I'm pretty sure 8.1 billion people are ahead of me. And there's no shortage of people on the planet, for sure. Well, we covered a lot of ground on the Cowboy State Daily Show this morning. We've been talking about the transplanted Colorado wolf that didn't know any better. He just got into town from Canada when they dropped him in Colorado, and he saw those sheep and he thought, they look delicious. And he's been eating his way from Colorado back to Canada. He was caught eating sheep at a ranch in Wyoming. And that was the end of the line for said wolf. He was removed from the population. Colorado said, yeah, that's one of ours. Sorry. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder is cheering the dismantling of the U.S. Department of Education at the White House signing ceremony. Megan was there, right there with President Trump as he signed an executive order that would all but eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. Just needs an act of Congress and judges to stay out of the way. We'll do away with that department. We talked about all these stories and a whole bunch more. It was fun, but that's going to do it for us. I'm going to turn you loose to the weekend and turn you loose to Shireen, who's going to take over for me for the next couple of weeks. You're going to love her. She's fantastic. Shireen will cover for me while I'm gone for the next 2 weeks on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Shireen. Enjoy that, and I'll see you back here on April 7th. Have a great weekend. And thanks for spending your time with us this Friday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.